introduce generative AI to bring about true productivity.
How do you bring human and AI together?
Awesome. Happy AI Day, everyone. Huh? Feels good? Feels good. Absolutely feels good. Yeah. I want to welcome everyone who's in the Phenom studios today, as well as everyone, thousands of people watching live on our LinkedIn streams, our Facebook streams, YouTube, and our webinar platforms. So really appreciate your attendance. AI, GenAI, augmentation, intelligence, they've rapidly helped us move from hype to helpful. They've moved us from the what to holy crap, wow, right? We went from how are we going to use this to we're using it in our everyday life. And we've moved from, I don't know, who is going to use this to our entire family, right? And I can prove this to you, right? If you're wondering, I can prove it to you. Like, here's an image. We were getting ready to promote AI Day, and we were doing a promo around Hot Ones. Hot Ones is the show where people sit around answering questions, and they keep putting hotter and hotter hot sauces on wings, right? And they answer these questions, a popular show. So we thought we had a boring promo going. It was boring. Someone said, let's spice it up a bit. This was on this thing, right? I'll show you proof one more time. We were sitting around going, how else should we promote AI Day? And someone said, what if we had the Fonz from Happy Days going, A-I-O? And instead of having a developer spend 30 minutes mocking something up for us to decide, I don't think we're going to go in this direction, which is what we decided, 15 seconds later, we made that decision. You know, from an AI perspective, right, it's not just kind of like silly and playful images. If it was that easy, well, in fact, we'd all have adopted it. And in business, we would have all adopted it. So the challenge comes from rising legislations, right? It comes from the challenges of worrying about security and privacy concerns, right? In our work context, the context of human resources and HR teams, what we find is some teams and companies are running towards AI, while some companies are running away from it, while other companies are actually started running in one direction and froze. You know, this reminds me of a game, and reminds me of the game of Spud. You guys remember the game of Spud? Right? The game of Spud is everyone's assigned a number. My favorite number to call out was 7. It was 7. And so I'd grab the ball, I'd yell 7, I'd throw it up in the air. I don't know if I didn't like the number 7 or I liked the number 7. I'm not sure. Throw it up in the air, and what happens in Spud is, if it's your number called, you run towards the ball. And if it's not your number, you run away from the ball. And the person who runs towards the ball grabs the ball and yells, stop, freeze. Everyone stops and freezes. I think most people know this game. You take 4 steps, you throw it at the person. That's not the point of throwing it at the person. That's what a lot of companies are stuck in today. They're stuck in that. They're not sure what's going on. So HRIT, talent acquisition, talent management, sourcers, recruiters, talent marketers, they don't have to be stuck in the game of Spud. You don't have to. There's better ways. There's different ways. So what we're going to do today at Phenom AI Day is we're going to help you expand your knowledge about applying AI and AI agents to realistic everyday use cases. You're going to hear the practical applications as well as the technical details that makes all of this possible. And there's something in it for everyone. It doesn't matter your level or your persona or your role in the company. You're going to get something out of it. You know, in 2 previous AI days that we did, there was one thing missing. And the one thing was you. It was your voice. It was our customer's voice. And today, you're going to hear from their experiences and their perspective about how they're moving from what was the potential to AI to having ran to the ball and what they're now experiencing with AI. So I can't wait to hear their stories, and I can't wait for you to hear their stories. So today is about becoming more comfortable and confident with where you can and where you should apply AI in your HR environments and HR processes, right? So that's what we're going to do. Beyond that, Phenom AI Day is a way for you to get to know the experts, the engineers, the developers, the product managers, product marketers, the teams that help work passionately behind the scenes on this technology every single day to bring it to you, to bring it to the market. So I want to officially kick the day off. And I'm going to turn it over to Mahi Bayreddy, our co-founder and CEO. Mahi.
Awesome. Oh, awesome, buddy. So now, there is a lot of hype in AI right now. Everybody knows about this, right? It doesn't matter which particular company, which particular sector, which country you belong to right now. AI is ultimate hype. Now, there is a bigger question and a problem which people are really discussing about. That is the $600 billion AI dilemma. If you take like Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and Meta, they have spent over $600 billion just on the infrastructure. This hasn't even translated into enterprise value yet. And like the point is, will it translate? If it don't translate, will the stock market crash? Because the kind of investments what we did is humongous. Now let me give you an example of how you really think about this particular frame of reference. The most important thing you have to think of any technology is prototype to product to production. Now here is the quickest thing. Building a prototype is comparatively easy. Building a product is tough, but taking it to production is the next level of infrastructure. Now let me give you an example. Take self-driving cars. Think about how much data they need to take from a prototype to production. 2004, self-driving cars came out at Stanford, and the primary theme was, can we really do self-driving? That year, they drove just 134 miles. It took 16 years to convert into a product. It became a product only when it has 20 million miles, which it drove automatically. This is Vimeo. This is where Cruise comes into picture. A bunch of companies really innovated in this particular format. From production, from product to production is where the coolest thing is. Today, we have over 10 billion miles drove just on Tesla auto-driving infrastructure. That's what production means. If you really look at from this spectrum, AI is product ready. It has to get into production, especially the GenAI. The traditional AI, what we did in the last 10 years, is production ready already. You can really build on top of it what we're really doing. Now, this is how you should really look at prototype, product, production. And when you're really picking a technology, where do they stay? And where are in that particular process? Now, whenever a technology shifts, the human interaction with devices alter in a very, very unique format. What that does is, it actually changes enterprises, how they interact with their customers and their own talent. Now, here is the fundamental point. Every 25 years, this shift happens. Right now, it's happening right today. We are really witnessing this new shift. And what it does is to HR, it fundamentally changes how you work, how you think about creativity, how you think about problem solving. All those things are shifting in a very rapid pace. Now, we are moving from generic to specialized. It's what is important. Domain-specific infrastructure is more critical than ever. You cannot build software which is generic so anybody can configure. It has to be specialized for each industry, each user, each persona in a much more thoughtful format. On top of it, you have to move from hype to high value. This is another thread which you have to think about. On top of it, you also have to really make sure prototypes are really converting into production, not just product. On top of it, it's not about a single God's model which is going to really change everything. There is no God's model which will work. You have to think about an ensemble of models which will work in a very hyper-sensitive format in terms of cost, in terms of value, in terms of domain. And who can use this is what we really call as AI-first companies. And that's what Phenom is doing. The reason AI-first is not because it's a cool technology which makes people money. It's primarily about it's a people-first solution. We built an AI-first company for one reason and one reason only. That is, how can we help 1 billion people find the right work? Now, here is the catch. Every industry is in a brink of transformation right now. Especially in the talent ecosystem, this is switching at a different pace. Now, people have discovered a new continent on planet Earth. And this continent is called as AI Atlantis. It's not my invention. It's actually really stated by Ned Friedman, who is actually the founder of GitHub, which was the primary infrastructure to really build Microsoft Copilot for all developers. What his point of view is, there are 100 billion virtual graduates. Students out of school really came out and willing to work for free on any task for few watts of power. Now, here is the point. These 100 billion agents are going after automating every economically valuable task out there. This is not happening because AI is cool. It's happening because in stock market, we're expecting companies to be productive and profitable. And if we expect that, this is one form to make it happen. That's what is getting prioritized. Now, this will disrupt each particular function within your enterprise differently in months to come. So now, how do you make sense of all these things which are happening? LLMs, RAGs, fine-tuning, where is the reasoning really sits, on top of it, prompt engineering, then you have agents. How do you think about all this? And that's what we want to really bring today to you all, to really give you a sense of how these are all connected, how we are using within our infrastructure so that our customers are benefiting. So what we are really connecting these dots for is, in each particular segment, how we'll use this. In which particular use case, which particular algorithm is used in the backend. On top of it, segment these into talent personalization, intelligence and TA, HR ops, HR. How can we automate the overall talent ecosystem? How can we use X+ to really make sure everything is much more user-friendly? On top of it, augmentation. Think about augmentation as a thought process, how you really make the data really right, what to augment and what to automate, and use the capabilities in the right format. Now, LLM apps need a very good data quality. Like, the problem in HR today is less than 10% of enterprise data is actually AI ready. Now, your primary job is cleanse the data. And you have to work with people who can do it. The raw data is the new dirt. You find nothing in it. Until unless you know how to really process it, really make it useful, make it ready so that an algorithm can really pick it up. Now, what we did and what we'll show the rest of the day is all about what are all the approaches we have taken in RAGs, fine-tuning, in terms of like how we are using FitScore, ontologies, agentic workflows, how we are automating all these things, what's the architecture we have built, how these are all condensed into making sure it manifests into your day-to-day usage. Now, HR might be thinking, how can I keep up with all this? There's so much activity going on. What should I do? That's a common question what you get. Now, here is the point. Intelligence plus automation is what productivity is. Think about human intelligence and what humans can do with their limbs is what productivity is at the end of the day. What technology is doing is amplifying your intelligence and amplifying your automation. Your productivity is moving further. That's what everybody is really going after. So what you need to understand is you cannot automate a process that don't exist. So what that means is you should understand your current process effectively. Not like somebody knows. You have to document it effectively. Now what our point is, HR automation is on 6 different levels, level 0 to 5. You have to understand where do you fall today. Some of you might be on level 0 with no automation. Some of you might be in level 1. A lot of our customers are on level 2, level 3, and level 4. And there are some in level 5 too. But it all depends on which particular job you are attacking and in which location and with what parameters. For that, you have to think about what tools to use. And when you really think about what tools to use for which automation and what type of automation you want to deploy, you also have to think about intelligence. Intelligence grows with questioning, not getting answers for everything. Can you ask the right questions within your company? Where are we standing? And can you think about what are the 6 levels you have in intelligence too? Level 0 to level 5. And the whole thing, what you're really looking at is which products you can really deploy on the intelligence right now. Now, that combination is where productivity really sits. And HR is no different. And that's what we want to show you, like how you can configure these things. What is working behind? And what's really making this all possible is what we will really open the whole backend infrastructure so that you can see it. What it will do is, you're building a context-aware experience and an ontology-driven products. Let me explain what this context-driven experience means. Context-driven experience is all about understanding the user where they're really sitting. A recruiter recruiting for a technology job is entirely different from a recruiter recruiting for a nurse job. And they're located in China is different from North America, and it's different to Europe. So you have to think about the context is super important. And the ontology is about how your business operations operate, how your business process work. How can we really connect this business logic of your company to where the user is sitting and manifest that personalization? And you have to do it at scale for every person in the talent ecosystem. That's the most important job. Now here is the point. We have all the speakers we're going to talk about. These are the proofs of how these technologies are impacting end users. These are not proof of concepts on a high level, like it will work. What you will hear from Regions Bank to HP to Fox is unique about their problems and how they solve them. Now, we did it for the last 10 years. Every year, we do over 100 billion fit score computations. Over 50 billion personalized experiences for every candidate who comes into our customer career sites and their employee experiences. On top of it, we make sure the personalized experiences are constantly driven. And we created this X Plus evolution. We started with 7 use cases. Today, it's 120 use cases. The first month, we saved 100 hours. Right now, we save about like 45,000 hours for our customers. If you don't understand deeply what a persona at a level of the problem they have in terms of users, customers, and industries, you cannot solve AI problems. You can innovate with intelligence and automation extensively. It will boost the productivity for sure, But the most important thing what you have to understand is what is your current state so that you can deploy this effectively. We are building this AI agents in HR. We are pioneering this new frontier of overall talent AI. And that's something what we will really show. The concept what we're really going to talk about is cognitive architectures, how we think about memory in different formats. Like what is a working memory, what is a long-term context memory, and how do you think about this memory in a very thoughtful format from experience to process, which is like primarily driven by how the procedures are run, but also really think about like how the semantics work. Suresh will explain this in detail about like how we are really doing it. Now, agents are like, you as a person should really think, can I use these agents in a way like I'm a good manager? What's a good manager really means? A good manager is somebody who knows how to delegate to whom and really safeguard them to really make sure that is delivered. Every one of us should become good managers because that's what's the job. It's what we do, what agents will do, and how we orchestrate this whole equation. Now, everyone can do every job in the world in this new native world. This AI native world is all about how do you connect these dots. Your job is not what you used to do. Your job is evolving. The most critical aspect what you have to think about is adaptability. That is something every enterprise has to measure. Now, let us really dive into how this is all manifested in the product and in the experiences. Let me call Kumar, Cliff, and Ilya onto the stage.
I have another.
Okay, perfect.
Double up on those, right? So I think we're kind of going to get started, and I think what we're going to do here is a lot of common questions that we hear around this subject, and I think the very first one that I hear, I speak to a ton of our clients, hundreds a year, and I think everyone in this audience would agree, everyone here would agree that Phenom has the best clients in the world because they give us very transparent feedback. What they're thinking, what they want to learn, what they want to know, and helping them evolve their organization. This question is probably the biggest one. Where do I start with this? Kumar, where do we start?
Absolutely. I think that's a very common question that I hear as well. I think as Mahi mentioned, the first thing is to really map out your process to understand where you stand as an organization. You'll quickly realize where the gaps are, where the bottlenecks are, right? So the awareness is very important. And what we've been doing is we've built, really analyzed every touch point of talent, right from the time they meet you the very first time, till they become an employee, and even beyond, till they leave the company. And we've identified all areas of inefficiencies that happen throughout this life cycle and mapped out all opportunities for both AI and automation in our platform, right? So that becomes really important to understand what is the art of the possible. And that's very, very important. From there, you have to think about how do I bring true productivity to all of my personas? This could start with some basic automation and intelligence, starting at a task level and working your way up to your processes and systems and automating all of that. So let's take an example, right? So we've helped our customers map out all the tasks that every persona does. So here's an example of a recruiter and all the tasks that they do. And we've always talked about, okay, what do we start automating from a productivity standpoint, right? So that's where we started. But now, with the power of generative AI and agents, we've been able to add a new dimension of how you can augment your tasks using these technologies. And we've done this similarly for all personas, right? So now you can actually focus on the tasks that really matter to you and really let the systems augment your tasks from an AI perspective. And we've looked at what this looks like for managers, and we've also looked at what it looks like for HR, right? So this is the starting point. You can start by cleaning your data a little bit, introducing task-level automations to kick this off. Once you mature that whole cycle, now you can start looking at processes. We quickly looked at what the levels of AI and automation you can introduce, both from through the whole levels that we've already seen, we've also created these standard templates of what type of automation and AI you can deploy for each of your use cases. So here's an example of healthcare, where for probably a registered nurse, you would require high degree of intelligence, but maybe not as much automation. It could just be conditional automation. But in certain other verticals, you may require a high degree of automation and a little less of an intelligence because you're dealing with probably high volumes of applicants. So these are some use cases and templates that we've created and mapped out, and this is where we help our customers baseline themselves against those templates and help them through the journey.
Yeah, so part of the answer to that question is we've done a lot of homework already. Talk to us and we'll help guide you, right? But what is the goal of all this?
Yeah, the goal is primarily about how can we make everybody productive? That's the only goal at the end of the day. But like the productivity is at an employee level, but productivity also at a talent ecosystem. Like people are not really thinking about how can my talent ecosystem can really work more effectively, whether it's in talent acquisition or talent management. The goal is primarily defined by what are you really measured upon? So there is a feeling about what you want to do, but there is a feeling upon what you want to be measured against. So if we don't really have a clear goal about where it is, you cannot use automation and intelligence effectively. We talk to a lot of customers, and customers always say, hey, we have goals, but we don't know how to really make it really work. And our point of view right now is how can we really connect these goals in a much more authentic format, just from talent acquisition to talent management, and how do you really make those things really transfer so that you can really retain better, you can really hire in a much more faster way, and you also can really think about the quality of the overall talent can really go up.
Good. So, but the goals can shift over time, right? So, and that's the great thing about this technology. But I guess the other question that we hear a lot is there's lots of tools in the marketplace. Why aren't they good enough for this?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? So why can't you just go to ChatGPT and ask a question and try to solve your problems through AI tools? So these large language models have been innovating at a very rapid pace, and they have added tremendous value to the world. But they know everything about the world, but they don't know much about you or your enterprise. And that's where the gap is, and that's where the challenge is. The other challenge is users want insights and information at a very rapid pace. We call this knowledge velocity. And that can be a big challenge to achieve in context of enterprise data and layering LLMs on top of it. So if you think about, let's say, your talent, do you have an ecosystem where you have all interactions of talent captured in one ecosystem? That becomes really important to build and drive these new technologies. Now, if you think about the same infrastructure, have you looked at your past data, whatever data you have in your ecosystem, and bringing all of that together to deliver more meaningful insights? That becomes a solid criteria. Now, if you think about centralizing data, it's not just important to centralize data from all your systems. How do you meaningfully represent it? Do you understand how to build a skill ontology very effectively and very quickly? What about a TA ontology? How do you represent your workflows and hiring flows as a digitized experience? That is fundamentally absent, right? And from there, you can really start to identify where your clogs are. How do you basically identify those clogs and deploy automations in a very easy self-service way? And that's where you can deploy AI on top of it. And that's what Phenom has done over the years. We've invested a lot of time and effort to build all of these layers to really be in a position to deploy these LLM use cases, agentic use cases, to make real difference for our customers. So, Cliff, I know you talked to a lot of our customers, and this is a question back to you. A lot of customers are shifting focus from, okay, I don't want to talk about AI for now, to probably saying, let's actually see what's the art of the possible. When you talk to them, how do you advise them on how should they think about AI and what it drives for them?
Yeah, I think there's a number of drivers. I mean, the biggest driver right now, and you hear in the marketplace and you hear in the media, is all about ROI. Like, where's the ROI? I think the ROI comes over time. As Mahi pointed out, this is a $600 billion investment by the big four companies, but many of us are investing in building these technologies and delivering. We're already starting to see the ROI from an HR perspective because we are focused specifically on that sector, just as you talked about. So we can show that return fairly quickly, but that's just one piece of it. There's a number of things that you need to look at. The biggest one that we talk about is how do you empower human beings to do more valuable work in the workplace? How do you make their roles more scalable and doing things that are going to be more meaningful to what they do? Instead of adminning a system and doing all those repetitive tasks and features and functions that they have today, how do we get them doing something that they're more excited about? When I talk to recruiters in particular, recruiters do that job because they love connecting with people. What we've done over the last 30 years is we've removed a lot of the human interaction from recruiters by helping them, not helping them, manage systems and doing all this functional work that happens behind the scenes with very little human interaction. We want to put recruiters back front and center. And that's the big piece here. But all of these reasons, you could take any one of the reasons that you see on the screen right now, would be reason enough to drive the adoption of AI. But the cool thing about this particular technology is all of those reasons are possible. And that should excite people.
That's exciting.
But so we think about that, I throw it back to you. How does this show up in the product? Like, what does this actually mean when you see it in action?
Yeah. So when we first started our journey from an AI perspective, we rolled out foundational models. So the beauty of this was it was very easy to deploy. It was just there. The search, the personalization, it just works out of the box and it's continuously learning. But with the new technologies, with generative AI and agents, there's a different way in which our users are trying to interact with these technologies. So one of the ways that we've thought about is to introduce these capabilities in line into their workflows. And we've already seen a lot of benefits, a lot of natural usage and adoption of these technologies once it's built in line. We've also experimented on the search capability. I think this is something that's evolving in this space from an overall agentic workflow perspective. We've taken inspirations from customer service, things like that, where people want more real estate for the AI to really give them results for them to be able to analyze. So this is a new experience or an AI pattern that we've experimented with. Then we've also deployed a new variation called Ask Anything. These are very specialized agents that can really take a command and complete a task. And we'll go a lot deeper into how this technology is really built. But these are hyper specialized agents that are trained to do certain things very, very effectively. And the fourth variation we've seen is the use of AI assistants. So let's say you are a user on the platform, you're trying to interact and do certain tasks. You just need some help on the way. So we've built a co-pilot sort of an experience. We call it AI assistants that also show up in the product.
So I think the other thing that we hear a lot about is why should we trust Phenom AI in particular? There's a lot of noise in the marketplace about trust and validation, and you hear about ChatGPT giving wrong answers, and there's a little bit of fear around that. So why trust what we do?
Well, I'll get into some specifics in a little while later today, but the bottom line is that the AI you have in 2024 is not your dad's AI, right? AI has changed. We now have AI agents, right? So what does Phenom bring to the table when AI has changed fundamentally? Well, we bring our legacy technology, of course, but we also bring a decade of data collection. We bring a decade of understanding real organizations, real employers, real use cases. And we bring a decade of a culture of innovation. That culture of innovation is critical to building this new generation of AI technologies.
It's good, but it also brings up a governance question, right? Like, why is governance important in this space?
Well, governance is important because you want to be safe in the AI you deliver. You want to be compliant with the various regulations. But governance is also ultimately important because we have a value system. We have principles. If you could advance to the next slide, principles that we want to forefront as we develop these technologies, right? We want to help 1 billion people. We have a social mission as a company. We want to avoid creating or reinforcing bias. We want to keep the human in control of the technology. We want to bake in privacy and security from the ground up. We want to build AI that is adaptive to different contexts and inclusive of different stakeholders and explainable when explainability is important to a use case. We also want to consider that there are interdisciplinary perspectives that different sciences have been developing when they think about bias and AI safety and so forth. So that in its entirety is why governance is so critical to developing these technologies.
That's right. But then it brings up, sort of as we come to the close here, why, Mahi, do we have a Phenom AI Day? Why do all this?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Actually, if you really look at like why Phenom AI Day started as 3 years back, we started really thinking about like how can we give the whole industry a viewpoint about like where the North Star is, where can you go in this particular equation, and what we're really doing. Can we give you an exposure towards what's working in the back end, how we are really making our choices, and on what basis. That clear-cut agenda is very, very important because that gives you a trust factor and how we are really building the governance in the back end. And if you open those things up, you can really start really think about like, hey, how Phenom works versus some other company works. And you can also really think about like which particular use cases we are addressing and what particular reason. And we can also take your input in how can we improve from that angle. But here is the most important point what you have to understand. Everybody's talking about AI. And everybody's throwing marketing dollars at it. And that's what is a fundamental thing what's really going on. Now, we can hire a bunch of analysts to talk about AI, and we can pay extensive money to them. That's one strategy, and people are using it. But what our point of view is, whatever we spend, that money has to be paid by a consumer, by a customer at the end of the day. Because products are built at a particular cost, and the cost has to be transferred into the hands of the customers. So what we thought is, why don't we give the extensive experience to the customers of how we really build this, so that they can really make a guess about like what to use, not just the marketing infrastructure on the front page of any particular website, which is easy to build. It's like the prototype. How we are getting into production is what we want to show you all. And that's the main reason why Phenom AI Day is all about.
So what you're saying is we would rather put money into the product and speak directly to the customer ourselves than have someone else represent that message, because we're better to deliver it. And we get that direct feedback from our customers, you know, and that is really important in the development of our product.
Yep, there is no doubt. So part of it is sometimes maybe the TA or the TM leaders might not know exactly what the algorithm is, but your CIO or somebody within your IT department can understand. You can really say like, hey, is it trustworthy? Like you can really give us our AI Day infrastructure. You can get like a lot of validation about like what we're doing right. And you can also really say what we're doing wrong.
I think we've got one last question, right? So what are we going to see today?
Yeah, I think we are super excited to showcase a lot of our technologies today. The way we've formatted this session is we are going to focus on certain themes that we are going to cover today and what is possible with AI, right? So how do you find with AI? How do you scale your organization with AI? How do you grow your employees with AI? Is there an opportunity to learn some of the clocks that you have in your platform or in your system and process and really optimize using AI? And really having understood all of this, how do you take this technology internally, sell this and win and deploy it to the rest of your organization is something that we want to talk about. As we already saw, we have great speakers from these great companies who are going to showcase their stories. We are excited about that. You'll see a ton of product demos. You'll see all our engineers showcase all our models and the tech that we've been using under the hood. And you'll also see some of the outcomes and impacts that we've had with these models.
Great. So I think this is sort of a bonus question is for Mahi, what do we do with all this time that we're going to save with using these tools?
See, at the end of the day, humans are very dissatisfied beings on planet Earth. And we have this, like, whatever you do, like, over a period of time, we just really get bored. Think about, like, how we act as kids with our parents. It's a very common attribute. all this productivity improvement will give you time to do a human experience much more relevant. And like you have to think about how to adapt to this new equation. And then that time saving is all about making every spot a lot more better than where we are. Now, let me give you an example. How many of you really go to a hotel and really think about like, hey, the water, when I took a bath is really amazing. Nobody cares about it, right? It's the same thing with productivity. Over a period of time, it becomes the norm. Until it becomes the norm, you basically take advantage of it and save time, and then really go for the next norm and the next aspiration, and how do you really get benefited out of it. So this is one most important thing I have said before, and I'm saying it again. Adaptability is the most important measure of every employee you have to think about. Talent is measured on adaptability with a consistent delivery.
And I think, from that perspective, the way that I look at it is, if you're in a role where you're doing a lot of these repetitive things, you might want to innovate. You might want to do something different. But you don't have time. Now you actually can act on that curiosity and demonstrate a higher level of value and maybe experiment a little bit more. And what we know about experimentation, it's inspired by human ingenuity, but people just haven't been able to act on it. So that's, in terms of saving time, having the ability to do that and act and experiment and find these new ways of doing things, we're giving that opportunity at every single level, which is really exciting. So I think we've got a bit of a reflective question. We're not going to answer that now, so we're done answering the questions, but what I would challenge the audience as you view over the next couple of hours and listen to what we have to say, who is really responsible for AI adoption? We're not going to answer it now. I want you to think about that. We will, towards the end of the day, come back to this question. In the meantime, speaking of great customers, Christy Caffrey from Fox Rehabilitation is our first up, and let's throw it over to her.
Hi, my name is Christy McCaffrey. I am the director of the recruitment department here at Fox Rehabilitation. Our mission here at Fox is to help abolish ageism, and we do that by providing outpatient services for the older adults in their communities that they live in or in the comfort of their own home. We really are trying to help our older adults live longer, stronger, and healthier lives. So appreciate the opportunity to be on here today. Was going to talk about some of our challenges and things that we've done really from an AI perspective to help overcome some of them. So it's no surprise to anyone in the healthcare space that our biggest challenge is the supply, right? We are limited in the number of physical therapists, occupational therapists, and speech language pathologists that are available to us. And the demand far out, exceeds the supply. So, just was going to kind of walk through some of the things we really focused on this year to help overcome that. So number one, one of the things we focused on is how do we get in front of the people that we want to work for Fox, right? How do we get in front of those people with our message to get them excited about the potential for working for Fox? And then from there, once we get them, how do we create a personalized experience, an engaging one from a talent experience perspective? And then how do we make it quicker, efficient, really fast? And then the last thing is, how do we then rediscover them right in our CRM? So those are the four things that I'd like to talk about today with all of you. So the first one that I mentioned was, how do we get in front of the right people, right? And I am blessed to have an amazing marketing team here at Fox. And we really, they do an incredible job of promoting, like, why Fox? Why now? Why should you be excited? And it's nice when you have a great company, right? And we're a great culture there. We feel everyone should want to work here, right? So how do we get that? How do we get other people excited about that? And how do we get them to go to our career site to check out the opportunities that we have available for them? And I think that kind of like goes into number two and where the magic happens, right? So our marketing team does a great job of getting in front of the right people, promoting our brand and what we have to offer. Um, and the second piece is where the magic happens, like I said, and they're on our career site, right? And what do we do with them there? And I think this is where we really have started to make an impact. With once we have them on our site, we try to make it as engaging and a personalized experience as possible for them, right? We know, you go on Amazon and it serves up things that you might be interested in. You're on Instagram or Facebook, and your feed is generally things that are of interest to you, right? Based on things that you've done in the past historically. And we try to create that same experience in a different way on our career site. And so, like I said, try to be engaged and personalized. And how do we do that? The one of the things that we implemented was a chatbot. So when you go to our site, you're automatically a chatbot pops up and introduces themselves, right? Are you interested in any opportunities? Let's answer your questions. So it really makes it an engaging experience for the candidate. It asks them a couple questions. And the nice thing is, based on what they're looking for, they can get all the answers right then and there through our career site, through the chatbot. Through AI, we've really have looked at all the questions that have come in and continue to refine and make sure that we have the answers that we know people are asking for. And again, it becomes personalized at this point too. Like, what is it that's important to you? We have people that are want to know about our professional development opportunities, so we can direct them to that page. We have students that are interested in our mentor program. Great, we can share that page and that information for them. We have some people that want to know more about our benefits, and so we can direct them there. So the nice thing about it is, like I said, it can be not only engaging but very personalized based on what someone is looking for. The other thing, so in addition to the chatbot, the other thing that we've done to really just try to increase more engagement is to add videos to all of our job descriptions. We're finding people want information quickly, fast, and they want to be able to relate to it, right? And what better way than reading a job description is to showcase the people that are working in that region, and for them to tell you a little bit about why they love Fox and what it is about their job that excites them, and why you should join Fox. So we've put videos on our job descriptions, which has really made an impact. We've seen a conversion of about 4%. People that are going, clicking to apply when these jobs and these videos are on there, it really helps convert more people to apply. So that's always a positive, right? The third thing that I mentioned earlier is we really started focusing on how do we convert faster, right? A lot of people we know are looking for jobs on their mobile devices. They might not have their resume in front of them. Not only even that, they just want things done quickly. I know I shop at Amazon because I can put it in my cart and I just click buy and it has all my information. When I'm like stuck and I'm shopping somewhere and I have to put all this information, I might not buy it. So how do we make that experience for the candidates really easy? And so something that we've implemented this year is what's called through Phenom is high value hiring. Also can be called high volume hiring, depending on what your problem is, right? We don't have the volume. We really need to make it quick and expedited. So it's high value hiring. And what does that mean? And what we've done is, when we looked at our applications and we started it was taking people about 7 minutes to complete our applications. And so we did some work on that and we got it down to around 4 or 5 minutes, but we still felt it was too long. And through high value hiring is what we've done is we have taken all of that out for them. The application process now and getting on the phone with a recruiter and scheduled for a recruiter now takes less than 1 minute, which is amazing, right? And what it looks like is, you interact with the chatbot. What's your name, phone number? What is your discipline? And it gets to know you, and then it'll serve jobs that are relevant to you. Once you find a match, what it does is it will ask you a couple screener questions. I think there's 3. And as long as it's a fit, before filling out an application, it just puts you directly with the availability of the recruiter in that region and to schedule a time. Boom, it is done. And you are set up, our candidates are set up to speak with a recruiter, which has been amazing. We have seen a 295% increase in applies just by making it so easy. And it's also really helped save time. It's saved when we look at thinking about, the back and forth of when I apply and a recruiter reaches out and then they're going back and forth with times. And we've looked at that and it's saved roughly just since April about 800 hours. So, talk about efficiency and pickups. That has been a huge win for us. So something that I think has really helped us not only get more applications in the door, but help save our recruiters time with doing other things, sourcing and spending more time with things like that, that we know are equally as important. And the last thing that I wanted to hit on, again, talking about the challenges and what we've done, the last thing that I think is really important and has been a game changer for us is really the discovery of these candidates then, right? We know not everyone that interacts with the bot or everyone that applies is going to end up as a hire. And how do we just rediscover them? And that's something that was really important to us as we looked at, the traffic that we get to our site is great, right? We're driving people there. They're not all converting. So how do we discover them for future? And not get them in this black hole, right? With other CRMs, that I've had experience with, there are some times where it's just like you're digging to find people. And my advice is to find a CRM that really helps you present you with the candidates that you're looking for. So we look at, candidates that are leads that maybe just came to our career site, interacted with their bot, and they weren't ready to apply. That's great. We can campaign to them and talk to them more about bots through automations, through things that we have set up. So the recruiters don't even need to go in and send them. It's automations that we have for leads that come in to our site. We also, look and see people that have incomplete applies. Again, we have automations set up for them to just prompt them. Hey, we noticed you started an application. If you're interested in finishing it, here it is. So that's been really nice. But like I said, the discovery of those people and having spotlights and having these types of people that we know have interacted with us, that have started an application or have shown interest in a job, and really being able to spotlight them in our CRM has made a huge impact on our hiring and allows our recruiters to spend time with the candidates that we feel like we will get the most from. So those are my 4 tips for you today. Thank you so much for listening. Hopefully you gained something from this today, and hope you enjoy the rest of AI Day at Phenom.
Hi everyone, I'm Maggie Allen. I run the solution consulting team here at Phenom. So excited to be here. We've got Jesus joining me. He's part of our product team, and he'll be helping me out with the demo today. All right. Well, Phenom has been leveraging these amazing AI products over the last couple of years. It's been super meaningful to be part of our platform in everyday life for our recruiters and our users. So we're going to talk about 3 products today that we're going to highlight. The first is going to be the Talent Experience Engine. So with Talent Experience Engine, this is managed fully by Generative AI. So let's say that I'm trying to promote an event, okay? So let's be in the platform trying to promote an event. And this can take a really long time. So if this is maybe in the nursing space and healthcare space, I want to go ahead and create this challenging with time. It takes me 13 minutes to upload a really good profile photo in Instagram. So I know it's going to take me a long time to create email templates, social media templates, all of this. And luckily for me, this is all done through the platform now. So pretty awesome. It's all handled. And with next steps, it'll even manage what's next for it and what's to come. Pretty easy. So the second area that we're going to talk through today is AI discovery. This has been a part of our platform for quite some time. And this is really easy for users in the platform to be able to be on the lookout and help stack rank their candidates. But not just candidates, right? Employees, candidates, leads, and even external profiles who might no longer even be in your eco, might not ever have seen them. And the system's really easily able to tell you what's next by skill set, by best match, and be able to stack rank them for you. Now, there's a good thing with this though. Just like Jesus, there's some human in the loop interaction here that he's able to give to actually validate what you're looking for. So that nice thumbs up, thumbs down, add them to the job, and that helps feed that AI back, right? So that's a good thing. So that was number 2. Number 3, this is probably one of my favorites. So you may have seen this most recently at I Am Phenom, but we launched X Plus Source. So X Plus Source is here for all of your interactions when you're trying to not get in the nuanced areas. So we all love a good Boolean search from back in the day. We love to see what that looks like. But, Jesus, let's put together a quick query that I would typically go to my advanced filters for. So he's typing in the product managers in New York City. Let's see who comes up when we're trying to source and find these candidates. We're getting a nice match here, 580 that came up. But if we want to keep going down with it, we're able just to quickly type in here and start searching. We're going to do 5+ years experience that we're looking for to bring this down a little bit even more. Within that search, we're going to see 230. Nicely putting us down. Again, not going over to the search bar and not necessarily having to do this. We're going to do one more to get this down even further. So we want to search by skills. Don't have to go to that search engine and keep finding this. I can say, hey, I want to look at machine learning or ML. And it's understanding what I'm trying to say and bring that search query back to me. So if you notice here, I'm able to talk to this whole platform like it's a best friend, like it's a friend that I can easily talk to. And I'm not necessarily having to do this straight from the platform. So it's understanding what I'm doing, and I'm able to get a better query here. On top of that, in one click, I can engage all of these different people. Okay, so goodbye to those filters, goodbye to all of the search queries, and I'm able to have that automatic query much better for myself. Now, I have an ideal list of candidates that we got down to, less than 100, which is awesome. And now I want to put this in the hands of an agent to do all my outreach for me. So let's learn a little bit about how we're going to do that. I'm going to introduce Suresh here. He's the director of our engineering team, and he's going to talk about how Phenom's been using agents in our platform.
Hi everyone, I'm Suresh, Head of GenAI Search and Personalization. Today I would like to discuss on how we are adopting GenAI into every layer of our platform. We are following a two-pronged approach. First, we focused on fine-tuning our own models. The second part involves creating an AI agentic infrastructure that can be integrated into every layer of our platform. Last year, we started with full fine-tuning our own Phenom LLM. We selected Llama 2 as our base model and trained it with 50 billion tokens of HR-specific data. At that time, Phenom LLM was outperforming all our use cases. However, with the launches of new base models like Mistral 7 billion, Llama 3, we observed that they have performed better than Phenom LLM in some of our use cases. In response to these advancements, we have adjusted our strategy for fine-tuning. Instead of performing full fine-tuning, we have started to fine-tune LoRa adapters tailored to specific use cases. We have used Mistral 7 billion, Llama 3, and more recently Llama 3.1 as our base models for LoRa fine-tuning. The advantage of this approach is the compute and time needed for use case specific fine-tuning are significantly less compared to full fine-tuning. This new approach has also allowed our data science teams to independently fine-tune for their specific use cases. This eliminates the need for collaborative efforts to create a common dataset and fine-tune a single model. We noticed significant performance issues during the inference of these trained models, with response times often reaching 20 seconds or more. To improve the performance, we implemented several optimization techniques for inference speeds. The techniques that worked for us are quantization, speculative decoding, and skeleton of thought. These optimizations have resulted in up to 10x performance improvements. For example, the time required for resume parsing has reduced from 30 seconds to just 3 seconds. Here are some of the use cases we have fine-tuned: entity extraction for natural language search, resume parsing, job parsing, profile matching, scheduling, and many more. We have also developed an ever-expanding library of LoRa adapters, which currently supports over 30 distinct use cases. Now that we have talked about how we fine-tuned our LLMs, let's look into how AI agents are using these models to enhance task automation, help with decision-making, and adapt to evolving HR needs. An AI agent is a system or program that autonomously performs tasks for a user or another system by creating and managing its own workflow using available tools. Unlike traditional workflows, which require each step to be programmed in advance by developers, AI agents are designed to be more flexible and adaptive. They can assist in areas like answering queries, personalizing experiences, optimizing workflows, and making decisions across various applications. Let's talk about the different types of AI agents we support and the infrastructure we have built to help them work effectively. We have categorized our AI agents into 3 generations. Gen 1 agents are human-initiated chat interfaces that answer user questions similar to ChatGPT, Gemini, and other models. Gen 2 agents are assistants that handle prompt routing, tool calling, chain of thought, and context window management. Most of these workflows are started by humans with a simple request like, schedule an interview with this candidate based on my candidate availability. Gen 3 agents are always-on agents that don't rely on human initiation. Instead, they see humans as tools. These agents operate in the outer loop and reach out to humans when needed, meaning that communication is initiated by the agent rather than by the humans. For example, the agent can reach out to the recruiter. Based on your recent candidate selections, we find that data analytics is an important skill for this job. Should I add it to the matching criteria? Candidate search agent, candidate information agent, scheduling agent, interview assistant agent, and many others. My colleagues will dive deeper into each of these topics during the upcoming sessions. I'm pleased to invite Srikar to present Express Source, our end-to-end sourcing platform.
Hi everyone, I'm Srikar. I lead search and personalization team at Phenom. Today, I'm thrilled to discuss how we are boosting candidate discovery using the latest AI technologies. Today, recruiters are overwhelmed by inefficient ways of searching for candidates, conducting manual outreach, and performing pre-screen tasks. Currently, users rely on a variety of platforms to search, source, outreach, and screen candidates. So each tool offers different features of search capabilities, and each comes with its own set of limitations. So this fragmentation makes it increasingly difficult for users to manage and source candidates effectively. Additionally, traditional search method of filtering search results demands a thorough understanding of filters. This process not only impacts productivity, but also requires users to make numerous clicks to apply the desired filters, consuming valuable time and effort. Also, users are increasingly favoring the natural language text for searches as it allows them to provide more contextual information quickly and achieve better results compared to using just keywords. So to address these challenges, we developed Express Source, an AI-powered sourcing platform for full lifecycle recruiters and sources looking to source hard-to-fill roles from their internal or external data sources. It streamlines and automates outreach and pre-screening process, simplifying the overall sourcing workflow. Express incorporates several key features to address these challenges. Enhanced query matching. It searches for candidates using over 200 profile attributes, uncovering potential candidates that might otherwise be overlooked. Comprehensive candidate profile. So beyond resumes, so it integrates information from various sources to provide a more complete view of candidates. Conversational navigation. So this tool uses a conversational approach to quickly identify user intent and refine searches based on the context and past activity. Automated outreach and follow-up. So by employing AI agent, Express Source streamlines and automates the outreach and follow-up process, addressing one of the most time-consuming aspects of our recruitment process. So let's see how we develop this. To start, let's take a look at our previous search architecture. It has 3 phases. In pre-search phase, our system would use AI models to understand user intent and gather additional relevant information needed for the search. In search phase, we would fetch the top key results based on the initial query. In post-search phase, finally, these top key results were re-ranked according to user intent using our AI models. So we relied on multiple specialized AI models for all these aspects of the search process, which led to complex and fragmented approach. We have upgraded from specialized AI models to advanced AI agents and fine-tuned LLMs to boost both efficiency and accuracy. So here is an overview of this process. The integration of large language models has streamlined our architecture, significantly enhancing both efficiency and accuracy of the candidate searches. Let's look at some of these in detail here. Entity extraction process. Initially, we relied on third-party LLM for entity extraction, but we encountered difficulties with the domain-specific terminology and scalability. So to address these challenges, we fine-tuned an LLM model according to our requirement. So we adopted advanced methods such as LoRa fine-tuning for this, so which we will cover in the next session. So this upgrade has significantly enhanced our capabilities, enabling us to extract over 200 plus distinct attributes. Users can now leverage these attributes for more effective searches, and we have seen a marked improvement in accuracy. For instance, differentiating between similar attributes like hiring status and one-way interview status was problematic with the base LLM, but our fine-tuned model accurately identifies and differentiates them. Additionally, attributes that the original LLM could not extract, such as profile source and campaign activity station, are now successfully captured by our refined model. After extracting entities and understanding the user intent, a query expansion refines search queries. For example, if a query asks for candidates who haven't been interviewed yet, the system understands this intent is related to a workflow, and it includes all relevant hiring statuses which are before interview stage, like leads, applicants, while excluding the relevant ones like rejected. For queries about candidates who had experience in cybersecurity companies, the system retrieves and incorporates a list of relevant companies and allows user edits. So this agent adds synonyms, abbreviations, and domain-specific terms by calling APIs or sources to gather and append additional information wherever it is required. So the agent will carry out this activity using a wide range of configured tools, including data sources, knowledge graphs, and both internal and external APIs. So this approach ensures that the searches are comprehensive and contextually accurate. So after query expansion, the entity merging agent refines the search criteria by interpreting the intent within the context of the ongoing conversation. So this process involves determining whether to append new entities or replace existing entities based on a conversation history. For instance, if the initial query is candidates who worked as a product manager with 5+ years of experience in retail industry and who have not been interviewed yet, the system might include hiring statuses such as leads, applicants, screened. But if a subsequent query requests to limit the results to candidates who have applied only, the system will adjust these hiring statuses to applicants or screened automatically. So this method ensures that search criteria are dynamically and accurately updated in response to the evolving context of the conversation. So the profile search agent or profile retrieval agent processes the final set of entities by retrieving the relevant profiles from various candidate sources, including internal profile vector databases, transcripts, and external sources. It intelligently plans which sources to pull information from based on the specifications of the user query, ensuring that the most pertinent data is gathered about the profile. Once these profiles are retrieved, the agent analyzes them to evaluate their relevance and quality, ultimately compiling a comprehensive and well-curated set of results. So after fetching the results, the post-search process involves re-ranking and summarization. Re-ranker process utilizes LTR models to reorder search results based on user context and personalization. So this process tailors the results to better fit the user's specific needs and preferences. So we covered this in detail in our previous AA day. So summarization. So this process summarizes the results to provide clear and concise information, enhancing the user's understanding and decision making. So these agents ensure that the final results are not only relevant, but also easy to interpret. With Express Source, we significantly enhance user productivity by streamlining the recruitment process. Our tool reduces sourcing time by 60%, saves 83% of the time spent on the candidate outreach to personalized messaging system, cuts follow-up time by 50%, lowers pre-screening interview time by over 60%. So now, I would like to invite Samira to talk about agents in JoinBot. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Samira, and I'm a developer at the Conversational AI team here at Phenom. If we take a look at the hiring needs of any organization, they are widely varied and are spread across multiple departments spanning several countries globally. Now, the main purpose of the candidate experience, like the career site, is to convert the wide array of candidates looking for these jobs into leads and applicants. But then, a candidate looking for a job in the retail department in the United States has completely different needs compared to the candidate looking for an IT job, say somewhere in Europe, and hence they interact differently. This is where a conversational agent on the career side steps in, which excels at maximizing conversion for every role. Let us now look at two distinct examples on different ends of the job spectrum. In the first scenario, we have a candidate looking for a job in the IT department. The candidate, who typically is a knowledge worker, is trying to find a specific job that matches with their qualifications and skill sets from the numerous openings available. Another important aspect here is that the candidate will have to have a clear understanding of the entire hiring process and the benefits offered for the particular job role before they decide to apply. On the other hand, we have a different candidate seeking employment in the retail department as a frontline worker who is keen on applying for the job opening closest to their location. The candidate will undergo a screening process immediately, and upon meeting the required qualifications, will be scheduled for an interview at the most suitable time slot. Now, taking a look under the hood, we have a common agentic infrastructure powering both these types of use cases, which is an emerging pattern in the generative AI application space. At the core, we have Phenom X+, which gives us secure access to large language models. In the next layer, we have an agentic reasoning engine that guides the flow of the conversation with the candidate. To do this, it utilizes 4 key aspects: knowledge, process, intelligence, and channels. For the frontline roles, the critical aspect is the business process, which in this case, the hiring workflow, is captured through our automation engine. In most roles, extra knowledge about this process can be obtained from several sources. Within Phenom, we have the FAQ knowledge base, career site content, customer documents, and websites. We have here a high-level architecture for a reasoning engine. The reasoning engine in itself uses a multi-agent architecture which has individual agents with expertise in assisting with job search, job applications, answering questions, etc. Now let's take a look at each of these agents. In the question answering module, we use techniques inspired by research in tool selection for LLMs and function calling. We start with the FAQ categorization agent, which broadly determines the type of question being asked. Once the type is identified, the answer generator agent then decides the appropriate tools needed to gather context and produces an answer along with suggestions for the candidate to explore further. The job search module mostly uses techniques related to query formulation using function calling within the large language models. The candidate's message is first sent to the extractor agent. This agent extracts the relevant entities based on customers' predefined search configurations such as category, location, skills, etc. Once this information is extracted, the standardization and ambiguity resolution agent asks clarifying questions to the candidate if there's any ambiguity detected from the candidate inputs. For example, Springfield is a common city name in the United States and can be found in multiple states. Once all the required information is gathered, the job search agent finally constructs and queries the job database to fetch the relevant jobs. Just as the jobs are distributed globally, so are the candidates who speak a diverse set of languages. So within our orchestration and extraction agents, we use an ensemble approach where every candidate message is processed using multiple models. We have Phenom's own deep learning model and generative AI models, both of which have multilingual capabilities. We also use a vector similarity model to leverage previous conversations in case where we might encounter similar messages. Finally, Phenom's ontologies are used to detect custom entities like categories, job types, etc. The output of all these models are combined to determine the final entities. This approach allows us to support candidates to have multilingual conversations in over 45 languages. Coming to the job application agent, the entire workflow, starting from the lead generation, screening, assessments, and scheduling, all these steps are configured in the automation engine. The agent now consumes this high-level plan from the automation engine and breaks it down into individual tasks and executes them. For example, the lead generation step requires multiple pieces of information. The agent takes care of collecting this information dynamically during the conversation with the candidate. By implementing this infrastructure for our customers, we have observed significant improvements in key business metrics. Specifically, we have witnessed a 90% increase in bot engagement, as well as a 15% increase in lead conversion rates and 40% increase in application conversion rates. Additionally, there has been a 15% increase in the number of FAQs answered, accompanied by an overall rise in positive feedback received. Thank you.
At Phenom, we process a lot of unstructured documents, from resumes to job descriptions to interview transcripts and more. Traditional document parsing is effective at extracting structured information, but let's look at new capabilities to understand unstructured information that we get from LLMs. This is crucial for our new agent-based features like Ask Anything. Our goal is to extract both structured information like employment history from resumes and contextual details such as skills and attributes from job descriptions. The ultimate goal is to do all of this efficiently, enabling a real-time and delightful user experience. To achieve this, we fine-tune local LLM models using labeled document data. But processing long documents with LLMs lead to high latency. For example, parsing a resume typically takes 30 to 45 seconds. This slowness is due to the sequential nature of LLMs, where each word must be decoded before the next one. Additionally, LLMs are memory-bound, meaning the entire model must be reloaded into the GPU cores for decoding each word. To reduce the latency of LLMs, we use a method called skeleton of thought, developed at Microsoft Research. This method involves breaking down the problem into smaller, independent parts that can be processed in parallel, reducing the latency. Ensuring shared context and computation across these parallel threads is crucial for efficiency. For example, when extracting work history from a resume, you might need to extract a list of companies along with job title, location, and duration at each company. In a typical decoding process, LLMs extract companies and their associated attributes sequentially. First one company and all its attributes, and then the next one, and so on. Using the skeleton of thought approach, we first extract only the list of company names as a skeleton. Once we have the company names, we can instruct the LLM to extract information about each company in parallel, significantly reducing the latency compared to the sequential decoding process. In LLMs, we often face the issue of redundant computation when similar inputs are processed repeatedly. To solve this, we use a method called Radix Attention from the SGLang project. Radix Attention stores and reuses shared tokens, avoiding repetitive computation. It does this by optimizing the cached information into a structure called a Radix tree. For example, when we extract some information from a document, Radix Attention stores the KV cache for this entire document in the Radix tree. Later, when we extract other details, Radix Attention reuses the previously cached document information and extracts the necessary details efficiently. In the example of resume parsing, skeleton of thought and Radix Attention makes this process far more efficient. Instead of processing everything sequentially, we begin by extracting key sections like contact information, work experience, and education in parallel. Then we further break down the sections like work experience, as discussed above, and process them concurrently. As a result, a typical resume is processed using an average of 7 parallel threads. We evaluated these ideas by fine-tuning the Llama 8 billion model. We were able to reduce the time to parse a single resume from 30 seconds to 5 seconds on an NVIDIA 810 GPU. The shorter decoding lengths also allow us to increase model throughput. We have optimized efficiency even further with methods like quantization that lets us load the model in a lower precision format, speeding up computation. We also used multi-GPUs to parallelize the computation of LLMs at the tensor level. By combining these 3 approaches, we have reduced the latency of parsing a single resume from 30 seconds to 2 seconds. In conclusion, by enriching the information we extract using LLMs and significantly reducing the latency, we're enabling real-time LLM intelligence. These advances will also allow our agents to handle complex reasoning tasks and delivering a delightful and seamless experience to our users.
Hi, my name is Shishir Kapoor, and I'm the head of AI products at Phenom. In this next section on Scale with AI, we'll explore how Phenom's state-of-the-art AI solutions help increase the volume of candidates that recruitment teams can handle and scale productivity like never before. I'm thrilled to introduce Ellen Page from Franciscan Health, an organization leading the way with advanced screening tools that cut hiring time, enhance efficiency, and improve interview conversion rates to truly scale with AI. Ellen?
Hi, I'm Ellen Page, the Director of Talent Acquisition for Franciscan Health. Franciscan Health is one of the largest Catholic healthcare systems in the Midwest, with 12 ministries and access points across Indiana and Illinois. We really take pride in hiring our coworkers that provide compassionate, comprehensive care for our patients in the communities that we serve. 1 year after our Workday ERP implementation, we were really at a critical point in our recruiting strategy. The world was upside down in everything we knew, and we were broken. We needed to make our hiring process flawless before we could even attempt to be innovative and give our candidates, recruiters, and hiring managers the experience they not only deserved, but were demanding at the time. The past 4 years, we have seen a surge in the use of recruitment technologies. Over and above our applicant tracking system, we needed AI-driven tools for an enhanced career site, our application, screening processes, and what was not even on our radar, a chatbot for 24/7 initial candidate interactions. These tools help streamline the hiring process, improve our efficiency, and enhance our candidate experience. At that time, we had a career site that was not working, an application that took too long. Candidates could not find or apply for the jobs that we needed to fill. And recruiters were spending too much time in fixing, finding, developing workarounds for our broken processes. We knew we needed better engagement, better communication in almost every step of the way. We knew we had to take time to fix, develop, and really invest to step our game up. In this new world, the candidate experience has taken center stage. We want to focus on creating a positive journey for our applicants. We want to provide clear communication, feedback, and engagement throughout the whole hiring process. We recognized early on that a great candidate experience can enhance or break our brand. And we knew this had to be the biggest part of our strategy going forward. With extremely high rec loads, we had to find a way to give our recruiters back more time to do what they do best: develop, nurture relationships with candidates and our hiring managers. Getting back to basics was the first part of our Phenom journey. We had to create a career site that was intuitive to our candidate needs, a chatbot that could interact 24/7 and help them navigate the 2,700 job openings that we had at the time. We needed to be able to communicate with our current applicants and passive candidates as well. We needed to focus on the moments that mattered for everyone. 18 months later, we've increased our Net Promoter Score from 64 to 78, which is huge in healthcare. We've reduced our open positions by 44%, from 2,700 down to 1,500. Our open recs last June at this time were 1,100 over 90 days, and those are down by 58%. We've reduced our RN openings from over 900 to 400 by 41.5, and I'm using the 5%. We've reduced those RN openings, which is critical to the success of our mission. Our time to fill has been reduced from 72 days to 59 days. We have hired over 400 new Franciscan coworkers every month in 2024. And just from the chatbot, we have hired over 2,000 new coworkers for Franciscan. It's unbelievable. What does our roadmap look like? We want to take every advantage of the chatbot, obviously. We would like to look at videos, finishing the application through the chatbot, answering the questions more realistically for the candidates. We've also implemented the one-way interviewing tool from Phenom. It has been the most impactful tool for our recruiters, reducing screening time for recruiters in our internal travel program. The high volume of candidates that we were receiving, they could not set up enough phone screens to get through that process. The one-way interviewing can be quickly reviewed, and decisions to interview are making significant impact to reducing the time it takes to get those candidates their offers. We are so excited to expand this tool to other service lines by the end of the fourth quarter of this year. Recruitment has obviously transformed significantly over the last 4 years. It's driven by technology advancement, changing work environments, evolving candidate expectations. As talent acquisition adapts to these changes, focus on creating an inclusive, efficient, and engaging recruitment process will continue to shape the future of talent acquisition for Franciscan Health and our mission. Thanks for listening to our Franciscan journey, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your AI day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Morrow, Vice President of Strategy here at Phenom. Now, we heard from Ellen about the impact and the power of a more productive recruitment team that leans into technology. And here at Phenom, we have built so many tools in our platform to bring true recruiter productivity to life. So Jesus and I will walk through a few of those examples, starting with the intake call. Now, as we know, intake calls are critical to align the expectations of the role and set the opportunity up for success. But they often take a lot of time and a lot of notes, and in the end, still leave a lot to understand. An intake agent alleviates all of this. First, with the click of a button, I'm able to schedule that intake meeting with the hiring manager, aligning calendars, adding conferencing details, and extending the invite. Then using historical context across the entire talent data platform, including previous jobs, the agent curates a set of recommended questions that are designed not just for this role, but for this particular hiring manager based on his previous feedback. Questions like, will this portfolio manager be expected to focus on optimizing opportunities like Jack, or generating new opportunities like Nick? Now, during the intake meeting, I can focus on the hiring manager as the AI agent works to transcribe, take notes, make sure all of my questions are answered, and even suggest any other insights that will help me as the recruiter fully understand the needs of the job. Now, at the close of the meeting, the intake agent provides me with a complete summary of the meeting. And in this case, it's even detected new skills that were not originally listed in the job description and suggests that I make some updates. With the precision, the context, and the speed of this intake agent, I'm now able to confidently post this job, not in days, but in hours. But the intake agent doesn't stop there. Technology is also going to support the recruitment team throughout the entire interview process by transcribing, summarizing, and serving up key insights after each and every interview, really helping recruiters and hiring managers make decisions and work with maximum efficiency. Now, once the job is posted and the applications start to roll in, the next step is typically to schedule and conduct a lot of screening calls. But for many candidates who are working double or even triple shifts, who are often on the road, or of a generation that just prefers to talk to technology, finding time to collect that baseline information can be really costly, both in time and delaying the process, but also potentially missing out on critical talent. And so we're going to walk through an example of the power of voice AI to collect these screening questions, as well as interact with the candidate. Excuse me.
Hello, this is Hannah from Vitality Healthcare. Am I talking to Lindsay?
Yes, you are.
Great. I'm reaching out about your application for the registered nurse position. And I'm excited to discuss this opportunity with you. Is now a good time to talk?
It is.
Awesome. Can you share a bit about yourself and why you're interested in working at Vitality Healthcare?
I'd love to, but could I ask a couple of questions?
Sure. What questions do you have?
So what specific role are you looking for?
I'm speaking with you about the registered nurse position in the MedSurg Tele department at Vitality Healthcare. If you have any specific questions about that role, feel free to ask.
Yes, what licenses do you require?
For this position, you would need a registered nurse, RN, license and basic life support, BLS, certification, or to obtain BLS within 30 days of hire. Do you have any other questions?
No, I don't. I have that certification.
Great. Can you tell me how many years of relevant experience you have?
I have 8.
Thank you for sharing that. What's your preferred work schedule?
I prefer nights.
Got it. And what are your salary expectations for this role?
I prefer to choose to discuss that at a different time. I think we're good.
That's completely fine. We can discuss it later. Please feel free.
So as you can see, this is not a standard bot asking static questions. This is a fluid, conversational candidate experience. Now, when it comes time to making final details from the top talent, details matter. In order to help me make the right decision about a candidate, I often have to look through a lot of details in a lot of places. And what's more is that oftentimes what we learn about a candidate during interviews and other conversations is missing from the profile altogether. And so we've already walked through how AI agents support us by transcribing and summarizing these conversations and augmenting the candidate profile with these details. And so now using Ask Anything, I can ask anything to get those details that I need about a particular candidate. So for example, I could ask, which jobs are appropriate or best fit for this candidate and why? And the agent is going to present to me the job, or in this case, the jobs that may be suitable for this particular candidate, and outlining for each the matching and missing experience, skills, and other qualifications against each. I can also ask anything, other insights about the candidate, such as a specific set of context against a specific role. I can ask it for a quick summary about this candidate profile, or I can even ask it to remind me of the details that we covered back in that first interview with this particular candidate. So as you can see, context, insights, and recommendations with AI agent technology means that I find the right details about the right candidate at the right time so that I can make my hiring decisions faster and as effectively as possible. That is the now of hiring with Phenom AI. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Lithan, who will walk us through how we've built our X Plus infrastructure to support agents in the platform.
Hi everyone, I am Bharat and I work as an AI engineer at Phenom. I will now present the infrastructure developed for building AI agents at scale. There are multiple kinds of stakeholders in talent acquisition and talent management. They each have different workflows and face different challenges in their work, and they can each get benefit from the assistance of different AI agents. For example, a recruiter or a sourcer might want an agent that helps in reaching out to candidates or for coordinating interviews. A talent marketer might want an agent that can promote job openings by crafting blogs. An HRBP might want an agent that can identify skill gaps in the organization. These AI agents all realize different kinds of business value, from filling the pipeline to improving the quality of application to building a diverse workforce with a suitable skill and expertise. To support all the HR stakeholders with AI agents, we will need to develop thousands of agents. This enormous challenge led us to develop a new scalable and robust infrastructure for building agentic AI applications at Phenom. As large language models evolve, their general reasoning capabilities are rapidly advancing and becoming integrated into the model layer itself. We believe the next generation of models, such as GPT-4 and beyond, will solve complex problems that only need general reasoning capabilities. However, regardless of how advanced these models become, they'll always need clear direction, making it crucial to articulate business outcomes and provide the necessary context. While general-purpose LLMs improve, solving industry-specific problems like those in HR requires tools that blend domain expertise and reasoning with proprietary data through techniques like retrieval augmented generation, which we call as RAG, and function calling, while agents play a crucial role in these high-stakes scenarios. Let's talk about the different types of AI agents we support and then the infrastructure we have built to support them. We can think of three generations of AI agents. The Generation 1 agent is a human-initiated chat interface answering user questions much like ChatGPT. The Gen 2 agents are assistants that drive prompt routing, function calling, and chain of thought, context window management. Most of these workflows are initiated by humans in single shot. Like, here's a task, go do it. Generation 3 are always-on agents, which are no longer human-initiated, but consider humans as tools. These agents live in the outer loop and initiate human contact when required. That is, human communication is agent-initiated rather than human-initiated. Let's look at some real agents that we have built on the Express infrastructure. Generation 1 agents power both the chatbots and inline elements of Phenom platform. For example, one inline agent helps recruiters craft personalized emails to candidates. It fetches the context dynamically according to the recruiter's need. Another example of a Gen 1 agent is a job search agent which calls the appropriate job tools, thereby assisting recruiters and candidates to find the right match. These Gen 1 agents often include three core components: few-shot, chain of thought, React for prompting, tool calling, custom cognitive architectures. These agents aren't just about executing tasks. They're about composing LLMs to model procedural knowledge, ensuring that our AI systems can reason through complex problems effectively while remaining grounded in facts. Our interview scheduling agent is an example of a Gen 2 agent of agents. First, it interacts with the job search agent to identify the job for which the interview needs to be scheduled. Second, it invokes a recommendation agent to gather preferences such as interview mode, duration, conference room, interview date, and the interviewers. Finally, the core scheduling agent selects the available time slots and schedules the interview. As a team, these agents ensure a smooth scheduling process by leveraging advanced automation to simplify what would otherwise be an inefficient process. The key component of these second-generation agents are subgraphs, agent as a tool, and conditional routers. An agent can be a versatile tool in a multi-agent system. We call this the agent of agents architecture. This architecture is a hierarchical structure where one central agent orchestrates several specialist agents. Then we have these specialist agents, each hooded one business problem. With tool calling capabilities, the main agent chooses the right tool for the task, managing subgraphs of tasks or handling interruptions through a conditional router. Thus, X Plus is Phenom's omnipresent master agent, which invokes individual agents based on the user's intent. Finally, consider the Gen 3 agents. These are always-on agents running in the background. For example, a Gen 3 agent can continuously screen large application pools to identify top candidates who are most aligned with the role requirements. Then, the agent can engage with candidates by crafting and sending personalized email messages. Typically, only 20% of cold contact candidates respond positively. We save time for the recruiter by automating this outreach. It is key to note that human involvement is reserved only for the most critical and high-stake decision points, such as interviews and offers. Once the agents are unblocked by humans at these decision points, they continue to handle the rest of the process seamlessly. Our work on X Plus enables the development of Gen 1, 2, and 3 agents on a unified infrastructure, referred to internally as AgentOS, ensuring that all agents benefit from the shared capabilities while maintaining high standards of quality, reliability, data access control, and security. At the foundation layer of AgentOS, we integrate critical features such as data governance, personally identifiable information detection, masking, and encryption from the ground up, guaranteeing that the customer's data is protected before being locked to the durable storage. These capabilities mitigate AI risks and enable us to support AI safety and compliance. There are two main kinds of AgentOS capabilities. While some enhance user experience at inference time, others help improve the agents post-inference by learning from user interaction. During the inference phase, agents are powered by secure gateway, guardrails, enterprise context, toolkit, and human in the loop. Post-inference intelligence is powered by benchmark dataset for training, scenario tests for regression testing, agent observability and tracing, unstructured data insights and visualization. The security layer enforces access control to all the data residing in the Phenom infrastructure. Let's now take a look at a few core components of this AgentOS. The key component of AgentOS is our Agent Hub, a central repository where all the agents, tools, and data sources reside. Agent Hub helps us in discoverability and in reusing individual tools to compose complex agentic workflows. This Agent Hub also comes with a playground to test and configure various agent parameters like LLM models, model parameters, tool parameters, and also the prompts. In AgentOS, we can turn legacy APIs into agentic tools accessible to the LLMs. We do this by wrapping each API in a JSON schema style, input and output descriptions, and API configuration details. These tools enable LLMs to interact with APIs for tasks such as viewing candidate profiles, searching jobs, querying analytics systems, and taking actions like sending emails, scheduling interviews, and also forwarding candidate profiles. Another element of AgentOS is a standardized method for logging LLM activities, also known as an LLM trace. A trace is essentially a series of steps that the agent takes from the input to the output. With full visibility of the entire sequence of calls, we can spot the source of errors and performance bottlenecks in real time. For example, at runtime, a React prompt-based agent may get stuck in a thought, action, observation loop. Tracing is useful in identifying such scenarios during the agent development phase, ensuring that they do not get haywire and taking too many steps in production. Our observability dashboard helps us derive actionable insights from production data, which includes the quality assessed over time across various prompt versions. We can also analyze cost and latency broken down by feature, agent, geography, session, and so forth. For example, these insights helped us to fine-tune the agents to each job zone to work better for multilingual users and to choose appropriate LLMs while optimizing latency. We create scenario datasets, which essentially are test datasets for each unique scenario to monitor model performance whenever we deploy changes to our agents. This helps us to know whether the quality is moving in a positive direction by applying engineering rigor to our testing workflow. Debug, experiment, observe, repeat until we are happy with the results. Data quality is what makes or breaks AI. We have invested heavily in building a collaboration tool for both AI engineers and the domain experts to build high-quality datasets for training AI models. The domain experts focus on key data for language model fine-tuning, RLHF, and evaluation. These high-quality benchmark datasets for the HR domain helps us to build state-of-the-art deep learning and large language models. We learn little from good end-user conversations. So, while collecting feedback, we follow a principled approach to scale annotations. Sampling techniques are used to surface conversations with inferior responses for our teams to fix the agent. Our human feedback loop helps us to act on user queries in near real time. We can then provide improved responses to subsequent users with similar queries. If AI is having millions of free text conversations with users, how do we know what is it doing? To tackle such challenges with unstructured data, we build systems to fetch reports and rich analytics on everything that's happening, like trending issues or issues that affect user experience. We achieve this by monitoring embeddings of unstructured data to proactively identify data drifting and underperforming slices. Interactive visualizations help isolate new or emerging patterns, underlying data changes, and data quality issues, making troubleshooting simpler. Also, clustering gives visibility by uncovering semantically similar questions, chunks, or responses, thus scaling the analysis to millions of data points. Here are some ways that we have enhanced Phenom X Plus based on data processed through Agent2S. One insight is that some users were having trouble finding certain features within the Phenom platform. As a result, we have enhanced the user experience for queries related to the location of a platform feature. Besides offering step-by-step instructions on where to locate the feature, we have implemented a navigation button. This button directs the user to the precise location, scrolls the page, and highlights the feature. Another component of X Plus is a question answering agent that answers users' questions based on our knowledge base. Upon our analysis, we identified certain product areas where there is scope for improving the quality of generated answers. One of our first learnings is that sometimes the solution to problems with AI is more AI. Therefore, we introduced a critique agent which evaluates the output of the question answering agent and then helps improve our content, followed by a human feedback. Novice users, while using inline components, often tend to miss providing necessary data in their prompts. We noticed that they add these details by editing the content after the AI generation. To address this, we developed an agentic system that dynamically retrieves the missing information, such as personal scheduling links, job information such as job title, apply link, etc., by invoking respective tools, thereby reducing the user's time and effort. Agent2S delivers important features to customers, saving users time. This also helps us to develop new features faster and in a more robust way. If you look at the evolution of X Plus, over the past year, we have shipped about 50 agents powered by 200 tools, which include several internal and external APIs, knowledge bases, etc. This has saved over 45,000 hours for 750 customers across 10 million interactions. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining us today. I'm Deepak. I lead the applied machine learning team here in Phenom. So let's dive into the challenges that recruiters face when it comes to screening candidates. Recruiter needs to gather important details about a candidate's experience, skills, and their expertise from different sources like resumes, interviews, emails, etc., in order to make good recommendations to the hiring team. This process of pulling and summarizing information takes a lot of time and can make recruiter miss important details. Also, figuring out which other roles a candidate might fit beyond the one that they applied for is often a tough and a time-consuming task. It can cause the company miss out on great talent and also leave the candidates feeling overlooked or frustrated. This challenge underscores the need for a more efficient solution. So therefore, we are thrilled to introduce our new AI assistant called Ask Anything, designed to revolutionize the way recruiters access and utilize candidate information. With this assistant, recruiters can swiftly gain a clear understanding of a candidate's key skills and domain-specific projects without going through multiple documents such as resumes or interview transcripts. It can extract and combines information from various sources and delivers an accurate summary. One of the standout features of this is the personalized follow-up question. It doesn't just stop at providing answer, it also offers insightful follow-up questions, which helps recruiter gain a deeper understanding of the candidate. Another feature is that every answer comes with a source reference, giving users confidence in the accuracy of the responses. Now, coming to the architecture of Ask Anything, it is built on an agent of agent architecture in which the agent of agents delegates the task to specialized agents. These agents then enhance the overall capabilities of Ask Anything, ensuring that users receive accurate and comprehensive responses to their queries. At the core of this architecture is the orchestration agent. It is the supervisor which understands and improves the query, hands off the task to specialized answering agents, and finally merges and returns the final output. It also does memory management, where it manages short-term and long-term memory while respecting privacy and privileged conversation of the users. One of the main components of this is the query rewriting module, where we transform complex queries into clear and actionable questions. Any reference to the previous text of the conversation is removed, making the query self-sufficient. For example, let's say we had a previous query asking about candidates' HR experience in HR operation. And currently we have a query that is any of this experience fit for enablement program or any other roles. So this module will rewrite the query saying, is any of the candidate experience in HR operations a fit for enablement role or any other roles? Another important component of this is the query decomposer. In this module, we decompose complex or multi-part queries into subqueries. See, users can ask multiple questions simultaneously in one question. And if these questions are unrelated or present in different sources, then a simple RAG framework cannot answer the question. Therefore, we break down the questions into multiple subqueries. So these queries will be handled separately, making sure the agent is able to answer the question. Now, let's move on to the specialized answering agents. So the router routes the query to one of the three specialized agents using the context of the query. These agents are then used to answer the corresponding question. So first we have the fit score agent, which evaluates how well a candidate matches a specific job by analyzing skills, experience, and job requirement. It identifies the job from the query or the context of the query and calculates a numerical fit score. The agent then provides a clear explanation of why a candidate may or may not be a good fit for the role. Then we have the candidate data agent, which uses 20 plus sources like resumes, emails, interview transcript to retrieve info about the candidate and provide answers. And then finally, we have the recommendation agent, which provides personalized job suggestions to the candidate based on in their profiles. It combines vector and text search to get relevant jobs, then use fit score agent to rank the jobs and find the best matching job for the candidate. It also provides an explanation, making sure the candidate understands why the jobs are a good match. Now, diving deep into the candidate data agent, we have our API retriever, where we have created description of each of the API explaining what the API provides, including details of all the fields and what it does. Then these descriptions are added to an in-memory vector database. Any input query, then we do hybrid search to figure out what are the top APIs which can answer the questions. When these APIs are hit and we get the data, we strategically chunk the data present in this vector database, making sure we get the best results. So like the chunking is done differently for each attribute so that any noise present in the system is removed. Once we have the chunk data, we put in a vector database, and then hybrid search is done on that data to obtain the relevant documents which can answer the questions. Another important module of our agent is the document grader step. This is a strategy inspired by the corrective RAG paper. It does self-reflection and self-grading on the retrieved documents to enhance the quality of the information. Before generation, it performs knowledge refinement, which means it partitions the document into something called knowledge strips. each strip is graded and irrelevant ones are filtered out. If at least one of the document exceeds the threshold for relevance, then we proceed for generation. If not, then we go through query expansion and the process is repeated with the expanded query. By applying this strategy, we are able to improve our accuracy by up to 10%. Now let's look at the technologies that power Ask Anything. So we used LangGraph, which is a library to help us build agentic applications with large language models. We have used LangFuse for monitoring and testing our agents. This is crucial for maintaining the quality of the Ask Anything app. We have also used Argilla, which is a collaboration tool that brings together AI engineers and domain experts. It helps us create high-quality data sets by getting feedback from annotators and domain experts, which ensures the result we get are accurate and trustworthy. The LLM that we have used are OpenAI models as well as fine-tuned Llama models. And when it comes to the embedding, we have used Nomic embedding model, which is a model that supports 8,000 context length, which is very helpful for our use case because we have a lot of large data sets. Coming to the end of the presentation, let's recap the significant impact that Ask Anything can have on the recruitment process. Firstly, centralized access is a game changer. It consolidates candidate information from various platforms into single, easy to navigate interface. It means no more searching through multiple systems to find out what we need. Next, we have real-time insights. Recruiter can access crucial information about candidates immediately without having to sift through entire resume. The role-specific fit feature is another significant advantage. It assesses how well candidates match specific job requirements and ensuring that recruiters can make informed choices quickly. Ask Anything also provides opportunity matching where we can provide what other job the candidate might be fit for. It helps us so that no candidate is overlooked. And with all this capability, we see an overall efficiency boost for the recruiters. That's all for Ask Anything. Thank you.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining us today. I am Swami Tulipalla. I work as a machine learning engineer here at Phenom. I would like to start with the challenges we face when using third-party LLMs like GPT-4 for various use cases. Firstly, let's talk about limited customization. When we need to extract candidate attributes from natural language queries in CRM, we have to detail each attribute in the LLM prompt. This becomes impractical when we have hundreds of such attributes. For example, let's say we want to extract the degree level attribute. We have to describe it as academic achievement, rank, or stage in the LLM prompt. But what about the other 200 plus attributes we need to extract? We cannot add them all to the prompt in the same manner. Secondly, lack of consistency. Third-party LLMs like GPT-4 often produce inconsistent responses and may change models unpredictably. This affects the reliability of entity extraction and makes it difficult to trust the results. For example, let's say we are trying to extract information about product managers in NYC. The LLM may not always recognize product manager as the title, NYC as the location. It may even fail to recognize these attributes if anything changes in the underlying base LLM. Lastly, cost and scalability. Scaling LLMs for millions of calls can be costly and hard to manage. This affects tasks like profile matching and skills extraction. For example, extracting 200 plus attributes from over 1 billion candidate profiles is both costly and slow. To overcome these challenges we faced, we turned to a more refined solution, fine-tuning a task-specific large language model. By applying task-specific fine-tuning, we can train a language model to accurately extract 150 plus specific entities. Fine-tuned models can have better contextual understanding and improves the accuracy of our use cases. However, traditional fine-tuning comes with its own set of challenges. First, it is resource-intensive. Fine-tuning a model requires substantial computational power and large amounts of data, which can be a significant barrier for many organizations. Second, there is the issue of catastrophic forgetting. When a model is fine-tuned on a specific task, it can lose some of its general knowledge as it adapts to the new task. Finally, extensive fine-tuning of LLMs can be expensive due to excessive computational requirements. To further optimize our approach, we adopted an advanced technique called LoRa fine-tuning. Here, LoRa stands for low-rank adaptation. It is a specialized technique for fine-tuning large language models. Unlike traditional methods, LoRa fine-tuning modifies only a small subset of parameters while keeping the original model weights frozen. LoRa introduces two low-rank matrices called A and B. Only the parameters in the low-rank matrices A and B are trained. After training, the LoRa adapter can easily integrated with original model for inference purpose. LoRa fine-tuning is more resource efficient and reducing the computational cost and time required for the training part. By training on a subset of parameters, it helps in prevent overfitting and improve the model's ability. Now we'll talk about different steps for fine-tuning LLMs for our use cases of extracting entities in our natural language candidate search. First, we will talk about data preparation. It is a crucial step for fine-tuning as the performance of the model depends on the quality of the data it is trained on. These are the key steps we follow to prepare the data for our natural language search model. First step is defining entity schema. We start by establishing a clear entity schema, which involves identifying the key entities, their attributes, and the relationships between them. Next one is converting filtered data to natural language queries. Now, we collect the data used in the filtered search, then translate the structured filtered data into natural language queries, and then handling imbalanced data set. To address the data imbalances, we ensure that all the identified entities were represented in equal proportions. This step helps in training a model that performs well across different entity types. In data augmentation step, we enhanced our dataset using different data augmentation techniques. This includes creating data in different tones like casual or professional, or adding synonyms of some nouns like NY, NYC, or New York. We then evaluate the quality of our data to make sure that model is trained on high quality data. And finally, data splitting. To effectively evaluate the model's performance, we divide the data into three subsets: training set, validation set, and test set. By following these steps, we ensure that the data used for fine-tuning is well prepared and leading to a more effective and reliable model for entity extraction use case. Now, we took the structured search filter data and converted it into natural language queries using LLMs. For example, if our filter query contains industry pharma and job location New York, then it is converted into find candidates who have worked in the pharma industry and are based in New York. For ensuring data quality, we use Argilla, which is a collaboration tool that brings together AI engineers and domain experts. It helps us in creating high-quality datasets by getting feedback from annotators, which ensures that the results we get are accurate and trustworthy. Coming to the training environment, we used AWS SageMaker servers to train our models. Training was conducted within our virtual private cloud to ensure data security and compliance. We utilized GPU A10 nodes for the training part. We used Llama 3 8 billion model as a base model. Data processing includes tokenization and formatting of entity-labeled queries. Libraries used are Unsloth and Accelerate. These libraries were leveraged to improve the efficiency and speed of the fine-tuning large language models. TensorBoard was used to track loss, accuracy, and other relevant metrics during training. The model was evaluated on a held-out test set after each training epoch to assess its performance. Evaluating a fine-tuned large language model is a crucial step, ensure its accuracy and robustness and suitability for the intended use cases. Our evaluation process involves several key steps. Use case specific evaluation. It involves assessing the performance of the model based on the specific use case we are building. For example, in the current use case, we calculate the precision, recall, and F1 score for both predicted entities as well as values. Then we use adversarial testing, in which we use adversarial examples to evaluate the robustness against misleading inputs. Example for adversarial query is look for software engineers who have worked in finance and are currently based in New York, but also check for those with experience in tech. Expected entities are industry, finance, and tech. Location is New York. Our model correctly extracted the entities in 90% of the adversarial examples. Next one is noise input testing, where we introduce noise into the input data to assess the model performance under various conditions. Let's take a look at an example query. Search for candidates with experience in the pharmaceutical sector based in New York City, USA. Here, USA, we are adding intentionally. We expect the model to extract the following entities. Industry is pharmaceutical, location is New York City. The model achieved an impressive of 95% of accuracy in this use case. It successfully extracted the entities and demonstrating its ability to handle the noise in the input. Unit testing. It involved performing unit testing while integrating the model into existing workflows. And last one is human evaluation, involved in conducting evaluations at regular intervals using random sample data to gather human feedback. Explicit feedback mechanism, implementing a system for users to provide feedback on model performance. We have discussed natural language search, but we also aim to fine-tune LLMs for other use cases, such as profile matching to determine if two candidate profiles are same, and course skill identification to recommend appropriate courses based on their content. However, managing multiple use cases present challenges, such as diminished accuracy due to constraints in a single LoRa model, resource waste from retraining with new and old data, quality degradation affecting existing use cases, and a high cost from deploying separate models for each use case. The solution we came up for addressing these challenges is multi-LoRa inferencing, which offers a scalable, cost-effective solution. Multi-LoRa is a technique for efficiently deploying multiple fine-tuned language models using a single base model. It allows running many fine-tuned LoRa adapters on a single base model deployment. Multiple LoRa adapters are fine-tuned on specific tasks such as skills identification, career path determination, and course skills recommendation. These adapters are trained on relevant data sets while keeping the base model weights fixed. This approach allows us to handle various use cases simultaneously without compromising on accuracy or performance. By using multi-LoRa serving, we can deploy the base model just once, which loads into the GPU memory. Since the GPU memory is limited, it stores adapter weights outside the GPU and dynamically fetches them when needed from main memory. And these are the advantages of using multi-LoRa serving. Multi-LoRa allows for the integration of multiple fine-tuned adapters into a single base model. This reduces the necessity for multiple deployments, leading to a substantial cost savings. And this approach maintains consistent cost per token across various use cases and optimizing resource usage. Each use case can utilize its own specialized LoRa adapter for ensuring high accuracy and relevance without affecting from other use cases. New use cases can be added quickly without need to retrain the entire model. By integrating all these use cases into a single plug-and-play framework, multi-LoRa simplifies the deployment and management processes. Finally, this approach leads to smoother usage patterns across models, improving GPU utilization and making scaling easier. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Bukya Balram and I lead parsing technology at Phenom. Today I am excited to share how integrating small language models is transforming the quality of our parsing systems and streamlining the process behind them. While large language models bring important new capabilities to document parsing, small language models are also seeing continued innovation. So let's look at how small language models are shaping document parsing at Phenom. Feature extraction plays a critical role in parsing, which helps us automatically set the matching criteria for a job. We define the matching criteria as the job skills, experience, education qualifications, and other key features. We extract these features from unstructured documents using parsing systems. The matching criteria impacts key hiring processes like candidate sourcing, job matching, personalization, and job candidate scoring. We address two major challenges in document processing using integrating small language models. First, current extractive machine learning models interpret only the literal text while missing out on the implicit content. By contrast, we need to capture implied skills and experience hidden in the context of the job. Second, this document processing needs to be very efficient to handle the volume and variety of the documents that we process at Phenom today. We are investigating whether small language models can help address these challenges in document processing. Large language models are also an effective way to infer implicit content from unstructured documents, but they can be hard to make efficient and gets complex to fine-tune for a very specific task. Small language models, on the other hand, are trained on smaller, focused dataset, so they are less likely to suffer from biases or hallucinations. Where LLMs are broad and generalized, small language models outperform in narrow, highly specific applications by providing the customizations we need. SLMs are also easier to fine-tune, allowing us to deploy them faster and scale for other use cases with minimal complexity. So this approach is inspired by the Microsoft research paper, "Textbooks are all you need." We have fine-tuned few small language models for different use cases at Phenom today. For our training data preparation, we followed a two-step process. First, we generated synthetic job descriptions and candidate profiles using state-of-the-art large language models. Then we took the synthetic data and used our existing parser capabilities along with human reviews and LLM support to get accurate parsed attributes. So this helped us create a robust dataset for training the small language models. With this approach, we ended up with a 10 million tokens of high quality dataset which used to fine-tune our small language models. For fine-tuning small language models, we used group query attention mechanism. This method scales efficiently, especially with long sequences, by reducing computational and memory costs. It does this by grouping attention operations, which means fewer computations and more efficiency, especially for tasks like document summarization and generalization. Internally, queries within a group compute a shared set of attention scores with these keys and values, which means reduced dot products and a smaller attention matrix to handle. By adopting small language models, we have seen two major improvements in our parsing systems. First, now we have the ability to infer implicit skills from the job context, which improves the quality of skills extraction along traditional methods we currently use at parsing. Second, we have enhanced our ability to infer experience requirements, especially in the cases where the job description doesn't explicitly mention them. For instance, a job having content like the role requires maintaining up-to-date knowledge of industry trends and best practices indicates a skill continuous learning. And we can see more such examples as shown here. So with these implicit skill inference capabilities, around 30% of the skills we extract today comes from our fine-tuned small language models, where we see 52% from ontology lookups and 18% from the entity recognition models in our matching criteria. Additionally, we have achieved a 22% improvement in inferring experience requirements where years of experience aren't explicitly stated in job descriptions, which factors in 1/3 of the job postings today. These advancements have significantly improved the matching criteria for jobs, leading to a 13% reduction in matching criteria edits made by recruiters today. This means that fit score and other features continue to work well with less burden for the recruiter. By cutting down on our need for multiple models, we streamline the process by slashing the intermediary steps by half, which has reduced latency by around 35%, making content processing faster and more efficient. So consolidating tasks into fewer small language models also reduced inference errors, resulting in a 17% decrease in failures and enhancing overall system reliability. That's all I have. Thanks for joining us today.
Hello everyone, my name is Vaibhav. I lead the RX machine learning team here at Phenom. I'm excited to share the latest advancements we are making to boost recruiter productivity using advanced machine learning. Currently, recruiters face several inefficiencies while screening candidates for a job, such as high applicant pool. Managing and prioritizing a large number of candidates is challenging. Inconsistent evaluation. Without standardized criteria, hiring decisions often rely on subjective judgments, leading to inconsistent results. Inefficient sourcing. Recruiters frequently depend on job boards, referrals, and other manual methods to find candidates, which is difficult to scale. Lack of feedback integration. Past hiring decisions are often not analyzed to improve the AI, limiting the system's ability to learn and evolve from the past outputs. Our goal is to address these issues and enhance the recruitment process through innovative solutions. We at Phenom have developed a fit score model which predicts the likelihood of a candidate being invited for an interview based on how well the candidate's profile aligns with that of the job. Recruiters can change the matching criteria or give ideal candidates to let the model know about their preferences. Additional parameters such as industry experience, domain expertise, educational background, and past hiring decisions, apart from traditional attributes like title, skills, experience, and location, play a crucial role in determining candidates fit for a job. By incorporating these features, recruiters can achieve more nuanced and accurate assessment of how well a candidate aligns with the job's requirement. This comprehensive approach ensures that all the relevant aspects are considered, leading to better matches and more informed hiring decisions. To address this, we have introduced the next-gen fit score model, which is the part of family of innovations under the X Plus fit score umbrella announced at IM Phenom this year. This AI model learns from past hiring decisions, education, industry, and domain attributes of the candidate to further improve the quality of matches of candidates. To develop the next-gen fit score model, we employ two key techniques, which are automated training data prep and advanced model training. First, let's look at how we build the training data set of the candidate categorized either as positive or negative matches to train our machine learning model. To achieve this, we created a hiring progression model that classifies the candidate based on their hiring journey. For example, a candidate rejected after an interview is still considered as positive data, while a candidate rejected before an interview is deemed as a negative data point. This distinction helps our model suggest more positive candidates and less of candidates which resemble negative data points. We have implemented the classification model using transformer architecture, enhanced with supervised contrastive loss, which accounts for ordinal relationship among the classes such as positive, neutral, and negative. This approach enables us to scale efficiently and manage wide variety of clients having various hiring progressions. For instance, one of our clients, which had 423 unique hiring statuses and over 200,000 different hiring progressions, have been scaled using this model. Using this technique, we have gathered millions of data points representing wide set of industries to prepare the training data for the next-gen fit score model. With the training data now prepared, we can focus on next steps in the training of our advanced fit score model. The next-gen fit score model leverages the capabilities of transformer encoders. Let's explore a few key features of transformer that have made this our top choice for this solution. Self-attention mechanism enables the model to determine the importance of the different keywords or tokens within a sequence. By doing this effectively, it captures long-range dependencies, which are essential for understanding complex relationships in our data. For example, a job that requires more than 20 skills, self-attention learns which skills are more critical for the job and assigns them higher weightage in the overall skills representation. This ensures that the most relevant skills are given priority in the model evaluation. The transformer model offers better explainability than traditional neural network models. We use self-attention weights to see which features of the model considers more important. This transparency allows us to learn and understand the model's decisions better. Transformers offer parallel processing capabilities, unlike the traditional models such as LSTM and RNN. This technology also drives GPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformers, which has transformed numerous NLP applications. Our next-gen model is built on specialized version of the transformer architecture. The base BERT transformer model itself is fine-tuned specifically for HR industry, which we call Phenom BERT. We have further customized our model specifically for tabular data such as job or candidate information, as they are often structured in a tabular format with columns such as title, skills, education, and years of experience. Our architecture has been adapted to effectively handle these using positional embeddings. Another enhancement we have implemented is attention pooling at feature level. This allows the architecture to prioritize the most relevant keywords of a job. For instance, if a position requires data analysis and machine learning, the model can dynamically assign greater importance to machine learning if it was historically been more crucial for similar roles. This approach enables the model to adjust the weight of each skill based on the job's context. Similarly, these important scores are learned on other features such as title, domain, and industry. Next-gen FitScore has the capability to handle inter-feature importance calculation. Example, the architecture evaluates the relative importance of various attributes such as title, skills, experience, and location. For example, for a technical job, titles and skills can be more important than location. And for frontline jobs such as housekeeper or non-specialist, location can be a higher importance than the other. This model can assess how much weight to give to each attribute, predicting the candidate suitability for the job. This allows the model to provide nuanced recommendation by understanding how well the features interact and contribute to the candidate's fit. Lastly, this model can easily be scaled to new features. Example, as new features added such as certification and language spoken, the next-gen FitScore model can incorporate these new additional attributes without compromising the performance. This means that the hiring landscape evolves and new data becomes more relevant. The model remains robust and adaptable, ensuring it continues to provide active and relevant recommendations. New Gen FitScore models specialized architecture coupled with HR fine-tuned Phenom BERT as well suited for matching candidates to jobs by effectively handling structured data, prioritizing key features, and scaling with new information. Now let's look at how this model is trained. We employ a customized triplet loss that involves a job, a negative candidate, and a positive candidate to refine the model's learning process. Here's how it works. A triplet function uses a job, a positive candidate, one who matches the job well, and a negative data, one who does not match, to learn optimal weights. This approach helps the model distinguish between the candidates who are well suited and who are not by comparing them directly against each other. Example, for a job requiring expertise in data science, a positive candidate might be someone with strong data science skills, while negative candidates can be someone which is lacking these skills. The model learns better to differentiate these candidates and job by analyzing the triplet. Our customized loss function also handles hard sample mining automatically, eliminating the need for manual identification of challenging positive and negative samples. This loss function incorporates margin settings to reduce complexity of hyperparameter tuning. Example, if a negative candidate is close to the job's requirement, it indicates it needs more focused learning to ensure such candidates are properly ranked lower. The customized loss function adjusts dynamically based on this scenario, guiding the model to improve its accuracy. Another feature this loss function supports is dynamic gradients. The gradients derived from our loss function are dynamically adjusted based on distances between positive and negative samples to the anchor. When the positive sample is already close to the anchor, it is deemed optimized, and thus the model now focuses more on challenging cases where a negative sample are close to the anchor. Example, if a candidate's skills are already highly relevant to the job, the model minimizes the learning and updates for this candidate. However, if a negative sample is close to the job requirements, the model increases the learning efforts to correct this misalignment, leading to faster and more effective convergence. By using customized triplet loss function, automatic hard mining, dynamic gradients, we ensure that our next-gen FITSCO model efficiently learns with both positive and negative sample, optimizing its recommendations with greater precision and reduced complexity. Once the transformer model learns the vector representation, both candidates and jobs use CNN model to effectively capture feature-level patterns and interactions between candidate and job attribute. Example, the CNN analyzes the vertical stack of job and candidate embeddings to identify such patterns such as a strong correlation between machine learning and data science and how they align with that of the job requirement. This covers how we have trained the model. Now let's explore the impact it has had on the results. Analysis on sample data has shown 17% improve in time to interview. This has increased the accuracy of 20% of predicting a candidate match to a job over the traditional FITSCO model. The next-gen FITSCO model has also shown an increase of 21% in the F1 over the traditional FITSCO model. In conclusion, the results clearly show a significant potential of our approach in boosting the performance. As we further refine and advance these models, we can only expect greater efficiency and success in achieving our goals. Thank you for your time and attention. Today, I'm thrilled to discuss how we are boosting recruiter productivity by harnessing past hiring criteria. Hiring the right candidate is a nuanced process that greatly varies across companies, industries, and teams. Each hiring manager has unique criteria based on job requirements and industry specifics. For instance, in the healthcare sector, hiring managers may prioritize candidates with clinical experience and advanced certifications such as critical care registered nurse or certified pediatric nurse. These credentials are vital for specialized clinical roles. Conversely, in the tech industry, companies often seek for candidates with experience at direct competitors as they offer value insights into similar products, technologies, and problem-solving approaches. This pattern highlights how hiring managers increasingly focus not just on traditional factors like titles, skills, and experience, but also on industry-specific attributes essential for the role. To tackle this problem, we have developed a new AI-powered functionality called past hiring criteria. This AI model learns from historical hiring decisions to enhance candidate recommendations, utilizing over 50 plus distinct candidate attributes. Here are a few of the examples of attributes we analyze. Team size led, which indicates the number of individuals the candidate has managed in a leadership role. Dollar impact created reflects the financial contributions or revenue the candidate has generated in the previous positions. Certifications, which validate specific skills or expertise such as specialized certifications in healthcare or finance. Additional attributes such as experience in startups, drug development, or type of patients a candidate has served are examples of the other attributes. So how do we extract these attributes? Traditional methods like name entity recognition or NER fall short when it comes to extracting complex candidate attributes in the first place. To overcome this, we have implemented a large language model with a specialized approach using low-rank adaptation or LoRa. LoRa enhances our LLM by adding a layer of low-rank decomposition matrix to update weights for specific tasks, keeping the original model weights unchanged. This approach allows us to use a single base model for various applications on just one GPU server. By employing LoRa, we have significantly cut down memory and computational costs associated with training, all while retaining a very high training efficacy. This model helps us provide efficient solution with few parameters compared to relying on a generic large language model. We use an 8 billion large language model as our base, and LoRa allows us to fine-tune this LLM to accurately capture and analyze the nuanced attributes by adding specific attributes tailored for different aspects of the domain. If there is a hiring criteria shift or new attributes become relevant, we can easily retrain the relevant adapter and stay aligned with the evolving requirements. This system supports both screening applications and discovery or sourcing candidates through recommendation by making the hiring process more efficient and effective. This helps the recruiter focus on the most promising candidates and improves the number of interviews per hire. Let's see how our system works with an example of hiring a data scientist. We have an enrichment phase where LLM is deployed with multiple adapters tailored to different industries, which help to enrich candidates' profile with attributes such as certifications, number of patents received, dollar impact which the candidate has had, and the experience in a particular industry. Recruiter actions such as marking the candidates with notable dollar impact as ideal candidates or prioritizing such profiles for interview or above in the hiring process are recorded and stored in the feedback actions database. We have a Fit Insight service which analyzes the recruiter feedback actions to determine the importance of attributes like patents and dollar impact. This service rewrites these attributes accordingly. The ranked attributes are stored in the inference store, reflecting their importance of patent received and dollar impact for a data science role. When a similar role opens up in the future, the system uses this data to apply number of patents received and dollar impact achieved as filter values to further down-select the candidates. It continuously refines the recommendation based on new feedback and ensuring the increased precise candidate matches. Key feedbacks in leveraging past hiring criteria helps to increase recruiter productivity, increase quality of hiring, and improve screening productivity. Impact in the preliminary analysis has shown that it has improved time to interview by 18% and recruiter productivity by 23%. Thank you.
Hi. In this next section, we'll explore how AI is accelerating career growth within organizations through the use of ontologies and knowledge graphs. These advanced tools are helping enterprises adopt and manage skills more effectively, enabling employees to advance their career paths within the organization. I'm excited to introduce Tim Lippincott from Excellis Blue Cross Blue Shield. Excellis is at the forefront of leveraging AI for talent management and career development, leading the way in using skills-based insights to create valuable internal opportunities for employees. Please join me in welcoming Tim.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tim Lippincott. I am the Vice President of People Strategy for Excellis Blue Cross Blue Shield, located in upstate New York. And how we define people strategy has really evolved from the days of talent management and recruitment and really combining those things. And that's really where our story starts in our journey with Phenom that began about 3 years ago. We were coming out of an unprecedented time as many companies have been in terms of the pandemic and COVID and the Great Resignation. And as a company, we started to look at, what does this mean to us? What do we need to change? What do we need to evolve towards? And talent acquisition and recruitment was the first thing. If we were going to experience a challenging marketplace, we knew a couple of things were going to matter. Our employee value proposition had to matter. And our best way to get that message out to our candidates and job seekers alike was through a revised careers website. That was step one. And over the past 3 years, we've enabled a lot of tools in partnership with Phenom to allow us to attract candidates, but also to take their experience into consideration like never before. What we saw was a lot of shift in expectations in terms of timing, number of interviews, effectiveness of those interviews, and really sharing who we were as a company and what we could provide to job seekers and candidates, not just who they were to us. We knew that was important, but we had to evolve our practices in terms of turning on different abilities for our leaders to engage with candidates. And over those past 3 years, we've seen significant growth in the expectations of our workforce. We were met with a mandate from our senior leadership team to hire close to 1,500 people over that 3-year time frame, big for a company our size. And through the use of tools that we've had from a recruiter effectiveness, from a manager effectiveness, we've been able to meet those challenges. The challenge in front of us now has shifted. We've hired all these great people into the organization, and they're looking for something. They're looking for something more than just the position they were hired into. And this is where we are today in our journey with Phenom, is really exploring and developing our internal talent marketplace, which we call internal mobility inside of our organization. This process has started with identifying the talent that we have in our organization. So the concept of talent profiles was new to us, new to our workforce. But having put us in a position where we now have employees sharing who they are, what they're good at, what knowledge, skills, and abilities they can bring to not only this job, but also future jobs that they might find here, is where we're anchoring our strategy on. We want people to find many jobs, right? We want them to leave their current job, find other jobs. We just want those changes to happen inside of these 4 walls at Excellus Blue Cross Blue Shield. And that's where we started to see the lever of skills come to life for us. We heard about it, we saw about it, we went to a lot of conferences that skills were all the rage and was going to be effective, but we didn't know what it would mean to us. But we knew career growth, career development, and opportunity as part of our value proposition was important to our employees. So we made it important to us to have a strategy to meet that expectation. We brought in AI in very new ways. We've taken those profiles. We now have a sense of the skills that our employees are bringing, whether they've been here 25 years, whether they've been here for 5 days, we know what they can do. And that has enabled us to really turn on this concept of internal sourcing. So from a recruitment standpoint, we're taking what we did externally and now leveraging our recruiters to look at talent inside of our organization. And we're doing that through skills. We've launched our talent profiles, we've launched our mentorship platform, and right now we are going through a skills validation process. It's making sure that as we say certain jobs require certain skills, we can back that up, because we know that employees are looking for the next step, the second step after that, the third step after that, and where they can retire from. And again, that was our strategy. So AI is putting us into a position to say, here's who I am as an employee today. Here's the jobs that are out there across this organization, so we can transparently communicate all the opportunities that this wonderful company has to offer, and then align career development based on those skills that individuals have today. What we're seeing is a tremendous leader response, and we are on the cusp of launching this to our employees. And what we're anticipating seeing is they're going to see us as a long-term option, right? That value proposition going beyond, well beyond total rewards, is centered on our culture, and a culture that is founded in development. And what better way to get there than launching skills as a better way to provide opportunities for our internal employees to find what a great place this is to work, not just this year, but in the next 5 to 10 years. So skills, long-term strategy, we hope that comes together like never before. We are banking on that, and we are seeing some initial great responses from our workforce. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoy the rest of AI Day.
Experience is delivered across the platform all the way down to the persona level and guided by AI.
Now, what employees care about is understanding where their unique skills translate across the organization for overall career growth. Now, this journey doesn't begin at a moment of time or when they're hired. It actually begins when career exploration turns into a candidate or job seeker becoming a lead, becoming a candidate, and then an employee. And all these unique data sets that we're collecting build up to be that profile that then provides guidance on that overall experience for your employees' journeys. Now, as an employee builds up this profile, X+ agents are here to be their trail guide as they go through career exploration. Now, this trail guide can provide insights such as, what skills are available for that great job that I just found in product management. We can also take a look at insights into building out bigger strategies, such as navigating my overall journey of growth as an employee. I can use agents to take a look at my unique profile and how that layers across the organization, and really where my unique skills translate across the organization from a career growth standpoint. Now, as I take a look at these different insights, the agents are able to provide me with tailored recommendations as to what journeys I could go down for growth within the organization. And to take it a step further, give me the employee guidance of how I can gain additional skills to be relevant when I'm ready for that next step. Now, your HR team is also going to have the tools available to be able to make mindful, data-driven decisions on the big questions across the organization. Now, throughout my HR talent dashboard, I'm able to get those questions answered, such as, what do the skills look like on the employee level, as well as the role level, as well as the overall organizational level. X+ agents are also here to act as a trail guide for me too, to understand, what skills gaps do we have in the product management group, so that as I give guidance to my talent acquisition team, we can use data to drive how we're going to grow that team specifically. Now, dynamic workforce plans are also becoming a reality by leveraging all this great data at hand and the power of X+ agents. As I start a new workforce plan, I'm able to provide the different context, such as what am I trying to do? What roles am I looking to hire for? As I provide this context, the agents are going to give me curated paths as to how I can get there, where I'm going to be able to assemble different strategies, such as making sure I'm optimizing based on cost, or even taking a look at drivers such as employee readiness to really build out that proper plan for me to drive a proper workforce plan experience. Now, delivering data-driven talent management approaches provide for you to be able to be very mindful of how you're making those right decisions as the organization grows and moves forward. But in order to do so, you need to have a company-centric ontology that is really the backbone of this experience. Now, to walk through exactly how we're able to achieve that for you, I'm going to bring Jesus up here to talk through how we build that out specifically for your organization.
I'm sure everyone thought I was going to be in the backseat the entire time, but letting my trusty agents do the work for me while I spend some time with you guys to talk about a very important topic, which is how do we build ontologies at Phenom? And to talk about Phenom specifically, we have a set of rules or a set of layers that we sort of follow to build these ontologies. Do we have the slides on? To build these ontologies, right, we take a 5-layer approach, and we've been doing this for quite a while. And our approach is really to start with the basics. And we get this question, you heard it a little bit earlier from Cliff, how do we start? Where do we start? Our answer has always been start with a trusted partner and start with something that's already done. There's no point in building it yourselves. And that's really where our journey really comes into the mix, right? All of our customers that partner with us get our out-of-the-box ontology. What that means, what that translates to is we've been building industry-specific ontologies using all of that data that you've already heard about today. And what that ultimately gives us the ability to do is start, the moment you kick off with us, you already have an ontology built for you. But that's not enough. That ontology is very basic. It's not contextualized to your data. So we have to take it a step further, and that's really incorporating your data sets. Could be one system, could be multiple systems. Incorporating that data and meshing it with our ontology. And ultimately what that gives us is an ontology for each and every one of our customers. But what does that actually really entail? Well, we're taking your data, we're taking your roles, your employees, all of your systems of records, all of that unstructured data. We're actually running it through our AIs to normalize it, standardize it, mesh it together to ultimately create proximity and relationships of all of that into a single context, which ultimately gives us very great profiles around skills that are not only leveraged for talent management, but for your acquisition teams, for your succession planning teams, your strategic workforce planning team. But it's not enough to just simply take your data and mesh it with us, right? You have to have governance around that. And this is where we give you the tools. You've seen it all today, that human in the loop matters. This is where we give you the tools to govern that data, that output. But again, it doesn't stop there, right? You want to make sure that this ontology is dynamic. It's got to take labor market data into consideration, evolving markets, evolving trends. And this is where it learns from your organization as well as the market. It's all about keeping it relevant, keeping it to date, making sure that you have a starting place that is dynamic and continues evolving with you. What that ultimately gives us is this graphic here, which really is all of those input points into a single ontology that your entire ecosystem can use. Now, to talk a little bit more about this, I'd like to invite Arjun on so that he can actually walk you through how we personalize experiences and how we build these ontologies really using AI.
Hello, this is Arjun. I lead the personalization team at Phenom. Employees are driven towards career growth opportunities within the company and oftentimes expect the organization or their managers to help pave the way for their growth. Employees are willing to learn new skills, build relationships, and put their expertise into practice. However, one big challenge is employees do not often update their profiles to indicate these developments, often resulting in a blind spot for HR and managers. This same challenge applies to any technology that is delivering personalized recommendations to employees. In Phenom Employee Experience Platform, it is important to deliver value and recommendations to employees without depending on employees filling out their profile information with skills, proficiencies, or experiences. To address this challenge, we leverage implicit user actions and tenure of the employee within the company to provide more tailored job suggestions that align with individual interests. Additionally, we incorporate the courses that the users are currently undertaking to further personalize job recommendations to match their evolving skills and career aspirations. Let's go ahead and look at a couple of them. One of the models we developed is Neural Graph Collaborative Filtering, also called the NGCF model, to enhance recommendation system by leveraging graph-based structures. Unlike traditional collaborative filtering methods that primarily focus on user item interactions, NGCF incorporates the complex relationships between users and items within a graph-based neural network. NGCF constructs a user item interaction graph where nodes represent users and jobs and edges represent interactions, example, clicks or applications. This structure enables the model to capture higher order connectivity patterns, reflecting deeper relationships and preferences. The graph-based approach scales well with large data sets, making it suitable for job recommendation systems that need to handle vast amounts of data. There are typically two modules, offline model training or online inference. Under offline model training, we initially train the model on large dataset and deploy it. For data preparation, we consider each user's latest job interactions and give a positive score for those jobs. We carefully analyze the data and prepare negative data points for each user based on the farthest job family of the jobs the user applied to. We pass this labeled data to the NGCF model, which outputs user embeddings and job embeddings. We store these job embeddings in a vector database. When a user visits, we retrieve the k nearest neighbor jobs based on the latest user applications and recommend them. One client who adopted this model saw a dramatic increase in job applications by 327% increase in 1 month, and NDCG increased from 0.63 to 0.87 within 3 months of rollout. And other clients have reported similar outcomes in the employee experience, resulting in increased learning engagement and job applications. We have also worked on another model called Llama-Rec-based re-ranking of job recommendations. Llama-Rec re-ranking is an advanced model that refines the output of job recommendation systems leveraging large language models, resulting in recommendations that are more aligned with the user career aspirations and personal interests. Llama can be applied on top of a recommendation retriever model. It acts as a re-ranking layer, refining and enhancing the output of existing models, making it easy to integrate into different recommendation systems. Now, coming to the process flow. We fine-tuned an LLM model using the Llama 3 8 billion parameter model based on jobs data. The data preparation for Llama Rec begins with cleaning and pre-processing of job titles. This step involves standardizing the text, removing noise, and normalizing title and skills to ensure consistency across the job titles. For each user, we then create a job title interaction sequence. This sequence captures the user's interaction history with different job titles, where each job title is paired with a corresponding weight that reflects the user's level of interest. We engineered the prompt to guide the fine-tuned Llama 3 model in re-ranking the job recommendations. The prompts effectively instruct the model to prioritize jobs that resonate most with the user's preferences and past behavior. During our experiment, we measured the impact of Llama Rec model on job recommendations using NDCG as a metric. For one client, we have seen a positive increase of NDCG from 0.76 to 0.8. For another client, NDCG value decreased from 0.68 to 0.67. So as part of future work, we are experimenting including more contextual data like skills required or employee feedback, etc. Continuous feedback loop allows us to refine our models, making them more accurate, personalized, and ultimately more effective in helping employees find the best career opportunities. Our recommendation system, which is trained on deep neural networks, analyze user context, such as skills, interests, the previous interactions, experience, or tenure in the company, to generate tailored job recommendations or course recommendations or gigs recommendations that are relevant to the employee's tenure. Users have the option to provide explicit feedback to the recommendations they receive. The feedback can be either positive or negative with predefined reasons, example, not relevant or excellent match, or any other free comment the user wants to mention on that particular recommendation. The collected feedback is aggregated and used to update our offline models. This process involves retraining the models with the new feedback to better capture our user preferences and improve recommendation accuracy. After retraining, the offline models are evaluated using a custom-built evaluation framework, which measures the accuracy at various levels along with any bias introduced before updating the model in production. This ensures that the most recent and relevant improvements are reflected and ensures that our system remains responsive and fair. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Manusha, and I'm a product development engineer in the personalization team. When an employee aspires to get better in their current role or into a different role within an organization, helping employees bridge the skill gap becomes crucial. Whether it is recommending the right courses to employees based on their skill levels or recommending the mentors they never knew they could connect with. Let's talk about course recommendations first. Phenom's employee experience integrates with various learning management systems to bring all courses and tailors the right courses to the right audiences. There are two challenges we see in this recommendation system. Not every LMS system provides us the skills and proficiency levels of skills the course offers. Even if some do provide skills, the representation of these skills are based on an external skills taxonomy that may be different from what we have at Phenom. At Phenom, we have developed a system that leverages LLMs to identify skills associated with the courses by analyzing the course title, description, category, and other meta information that is extracted from the LMS. At the core of our system, we use a fine-tuned Llama 3 8 billion LLM model, which is specifically fine-tuned to analyze course descriptions to extract both relevant skills and their proficiency levels. These in-house fine-tuned LLMs have the capability to understand complex and nuanced language, allowing them to accurately identify the essential skills that each course offers. To achieve this, the first step involves cleaning and pre-processing courses, titles, and descriptions to remove any noise or irrelevant information. This ensures that the input data is of high quality. We manually annotated skills from 1,000 courses to create a foundational dataset. In the prompt engineering phase, we have tailored prompts that guide the fine-tuned Llama 3 model in extracting relevant skills from course descriptions. We incorporate few short learning where the model is provided with a few examples of anterior skills as part of the prompt. This technique enables the LLM to better generalize and significantly enhance its ability to extract accurate and relevant skills from diverse course descriptions. After skill extraction, we use an in-house trained BERT embeddings model to match these skills with relevant courses. The model calculates similarity scores and computes k-nearest neighbors courses, ensuring the recommended courses align with the evolving skill needs and career progression goals. Delivering this value first has resulted in higher employee engagement and explicit data collection from employees. A recent deployment of the Phenom employee experience at a national bank to 30,000 employees has resulted in 79,000 new skills detected in the company that the organization never knew existed. 15,000 plus employees have started learning at least one course within the first 3 months of the launch. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm Shivani Kumar Madhi. I am Director of Engineering in Phenom and I lead the ontology team here. Today let's take a deeper look at how Phenom skill ontology is built and how LLMs are able to use this ontology to effectively infer skill trends and skills benchmarking. As organizations are transforming themselves into skills-based organizations, there are investments into various initiatives, enabling native skill clouds on traditional ATS or HCM systems, learning management systems, and evolving talent management systems, each offering their own version of skills. Without defining a standardized set of skills for an organization, it can become increasingly difficult to understand skills and skill gaps in the organization, drive effective employee development programs or employee engagement for career growth. All these issues can significantly impact organization performance and growth. It is important to implement a system that can harness skills across various platforms while still providing employees easy ways to define and import skills from unstructured sources. Hence the need for a skill ontology, and Phenom offers one out of the box for every single organization. Let's see how we help develop a skill ontology for organizations today and deliver a consistent experience layer on top of these unstructured data sources. To build a skill ontology, there are 6 main stages: skill standardization, skills to skill relations building, skill metadata population, roles to skill relation building, and last, skill domain tagging, enrichment data with market data. These are the main steps that are involved in this skill ontology building. To build an enterprise-specific ontology, we start with a Phenom knowledge graph, a universal understanding of skills in a domain. This is based out of Phenom's proprietary knowledge sources, called Phenom Universal Profiles, jobs data from public and private sources like ONET, ESCO, BLS, etc. With this as a baseline, we integrate with organizational data sources like job profiles and positions jobs, roles, job architectures, skill mapping, and employee profiles to build an enterprise-specific skill ontology. Let's see how it's done. The first step is skill standardization process. In this step, we extract non-standardized skills from various sources like resumes in your system and previous jobs. These skills go through NER models and rules-based services to map the unstructured skills into standardized skills of Phenom ontology. We train our parser models in such a way that it extracts text skills, descriptive text skills, soft skills, descriptive soft skills, and so on. Sentence classifies every sentence, whether it is a skill sentence, experience sentence, about company sentence, and so on. To standardize descriptive sentence and extract missing skills from the skill sentences, we have trained multilingual NER model to identify skill positions in the sentence, along with what types. For example, consider very good communication skills. NER model will classify communication skills as a skill phrase and very good as an adjective phrase. Predictions which don't match existing rules and meet confidence criteria will be sent to the human in the loop pipeline along with its predicted standard value for annotation. In the next step, we enrich these skills metadata like types, categories, domain, and all using BERT classification models and large language models, in short LLMs. BERT classification models layers are tweaked by concatenating with 2 more pre-trained model embeddings. LLMs primarily help us in validating our scraped skills descriptions, summarizing them, and generating skill descriptions for missing skills. This allows organizations to classify skills and visualize the importance levels of skills for specific jobs or positions. Next step is role to skill mapping. Just like skills, we have similar pipeline built for roles metadata. That is role descriptions, ONET codes, ESCO codes, etc., which is obtained using ONET classification model and other techniques. Mapping is done by combining 3 scores: LLM scores, average embedding score, stat-based scores. LLM scores, which uses meta information for role and skills as context and picks up skills. Average embedding scores by taking weighted entity level embedding similarities scores and normalize these final scores. Stat-based scores by using occurrences of these skills in the matching job roles, candidate profiles, employees, etc. We combine all these scores with different weights and normalize for the final score. We combine all this metadata, generate embeddings at entity level, finally map skills to roles and vice versa. Last step in this process is market data enrichment. We do continuously update skill ontology with external data sources for skill trends, importance, and recency of the skills. For this, we are using LangChain integrated with Phenom LLM Gateway. The prompts make sure these LLMs scrape the latest info and get current market info from various sources along with our predefined websites. We also capture updates in PUP profiles and feed them to our stats model to identify skill trends, locations, insights, etc. How this information helps in benchmarking will be explained later. With all the processing of the skills, we then ingest these skills along with metadata into graph that allows us to easily represent relationships among skills and other connected entities like roles, skill types, categories, and importance, etc. This is particularly critical for us to map skills coming from an employee resume to a skill detected on a role and recommend a course from learning recommendation systems that is teaching the same skill. Now that organizations have a skill ontology at hand, typically they roll out the Phenom employee experience, like enabling employees to learn new skills based on the skill gaps, connect with mentors, pick up a gig, or set their career paths. Now organizations want to understand how skills are trending within their enterprise and benchmark their skills with reference to the external industry trends. This helps organizations drive skills development on emerging trends and hire the right talent within these new skills. However, this task can be fairly complex. Within Phenom, feedback loops have been built to help understand these key skill trends. Let's see how this is done. Within the Phenom platform, we process millions of job descriptions, candidate resumes, and employee skill updates. Phenom also integrates with external data sources like ONET, ESCO, IPEDs, PLS, and new jobs data sources to analyze job descriptions. Skills extracted from all these sources are mapped and standardized to Phenom ontology and loaded into the Phenom knowledge graph. We use statistical methods like Pearson correlation or Spearman rank correlation to measure the strength and direction of relationships between skills. Phenom has deployed a fine-tuned LLM model to analyze this data in conjunction with a skill ontology and compute the skills that are gaining importance versus trending lower in the job market within the specific industries. This skill importance can vary depending on the specific context as well. Example, industry and job zone. For example, project management might be trending up in financial and tech roles, but trending down in manufacturing. As the workforce and job requirements evolve, our LLMs continuously update the skill ontology, ensuring that organizations remain informed about the latest skill demand. For instance, within ERM, HRBP can visualize these skill trends when viewing their own ontology. Shown in the loop feedback, there is changes done to the model by HRBPs are also fed back to the learning process to understand relative skill importance and trends. This same model allows organizations to benchmark their skills to industry trends. These benchmark trends are represented in the ERM at various levels, like when editing skill to a role or comparing gaps in the company against the organizational ontology and the industry data and in recommendation systems, suggesting emerging skills learning opportunities to the employees. And this is just beginning. These models can scale to data across various sources in both talent acquisition and talent management to bring about unique insights to thought leaders and decision makers, striving to transform organizations to skill-based one. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Manognya from the Enterprise Talent Graphs team. Now that we have seen how skills ontologies can be easily built and employee experiences launched without depending on your employee filling out profiles, employees will start to explore career paths for their growth. And it is very important to recommend the right paths, considering not just skill adjacencies, but also the right levels in relation to the employee levels. Let's see how this is done. Fundamentally, we use graph algorithms such as shortest paths and simple paths to identify different paths between the depths, the current role of the employee, and the target role they're looking for. Using the organizational role data, business rules, and restrictions, career progressions are generated and stored in graph. We end up generating more than 1 million edges in the graph among the role nodes, having some degree of skill overlap. However, it is important to filter them down to meaningful progressions that the employees are likely to review and accept. This generation is a multi-step process. First, the Phenom title leveling model will tag each role with levels. Features like title, description, skills, competencies, education, category, band, and experience are extracted for each role. These features are used to generate a score between two roles using Phenom Fit Score model. The historic data of the clients is then loaded to add a new parameter, boosting the paths. Finally, a cumulative score is generated between two nodes. Now with the in-memory subgraph, the graph algorithms and queries on the graph run much faster. For an employee on Career Builder page, we provide the next paths of different depths retrieved and scored against the employee information with an average response time around 1 second, which is 30 times improvement in the previous API. Similarly, we observed high performance improvements in agentic flow. In RAG flow, based on the user question, agents decide the required subgraph to load and query. Our CAS systems help in processing follow-up questions much faster. Coming to core logic of target role-based recommendations, we consider the current role of the employee and the target role that has been selected and get all possible paths using the simple path and shortest path algorithms on the graph. Scores are generated based on employee information like skills, competencies, education, experience, etc. to compute fit level. LLMs are used to add tags to these paths like most traversed path, less chosen path, best fit path, etc. Finally, these results are shown to the user to choose his target path. Now that the employee experience can offer career pathing and associated learning opportunities along with it, employees will begin engaging with the platform. And all the data will start to flow back to the employee relationship management, the ERM platform, a platform for HRBPs to visualize all employee data for decision making. The platform offers HRBPs to the ability to view all employees, visualize learning paths, career paths, manager interactions, succession planning, and mentoring data. It is time for HRBPs to analyze all the information and get meaningful insights out of these datasets to help retain and grow talent. And this can be challenging, of course. To solve this problem, we have deployed X Plus in ERM, a generative AI chatbot that can utilize the power of graphs, LLMs, to help provide these meaningful insights. An HRBP can just ask a question like, what are the top skill gaps in the marketing department? Or who are the potential successors for sales manager role in Atlanta? Let's take a look on how this is solved. The Express Super Agent analyzes the user input query and routes it to the ERM agent. ERM agent then uses the RAG approach, retrieve and generate, making it harness the capabilities of LangGraph and LLMs to provide a contextually accurate result for the given query. On receiving the input query, the LangGraph framework assigns the workflow to the query. In our RAG, we support 4 major workflows, which are handled by sub-agents. The first, direct query that uses a single API. For example, if the user input refers to getting successors for a role, this workflow interacts with the internal agent which generates the request to get the response from the API. Secondly, multiple API-based query which are independent from each other. In the scenario where a multi-layered queries such as get all the employees working under a particular manager having a certain set of skills, we have to query multiple APIs and data sources to get this information. The third workflow, interdependent APIs. We're utilizing the response from one API to generate a request for another API. For example, a query like, from all the saved paths of an employee, get the top 5 saved paths and return the manager information for the target roles in the saved path. In this query, the target roles needs to extract it first, which will then be inputted for the next query to get the response. This way of implementation is called function-to-function based implementation. Finally, the fourth is the graph retrieval. For queries that cannot be mapped to an API, our agent will use the in-memory organizational graph to get the results. Agents generate a graph query to extract useful information from the graph. The response from the sub-agents is then sent to RAG, which summarizes the response, providing an accurate result. ERM RAG agent follows the following principles. 1. No hallucinations. Traditional LLMs are subjected to hallucinations. When used in isolation, with the APIs and graph data, we handle this case effectively. High security. Sensitive information such as performance data, confidential organizational data is handled by Phenom LLM before sending the response back to Express agent. That's all for today. Thank you.
Hi. In this next section, we'll dive into how AI can help learn key bottlenecks and gaps in the recruitment workflows and offer actionable recommendations for improvement. We'll explore Phenom's state-of-the-art AI solutions for process mining, which help optimize the recruitment workflows, drive efficiency, and reduce overall cost of operations. I'm thrilled to introduce Tony Howard from Regions Bank. His organization is at the forefront of using these tools to streamline talent processes and achieve exceptional results. Over to you, Tony.
Hello, my name is Tony Howard. I'm a Senior Vice President of HR Technology at Regions Bank. It's a pleasure to speak with you today. In our fast-paced recruiting environment, one of the hardest things to do is shift through all of the data in your workflows to identify opportunities to be better in process or where you may have bottlenecks in your recruiting process. Here at Regions, we always start with the data to try to understand the story that it tells us. With that, AI has been a large help with us in not only going through that data, but also finding inconsistencies in the data and highlighting those areas where we might look for improvement. Two challenges we've seen here at Regions Bank is, with the recruiting world changing really to all online platform and people having the ability to apply for a role in 5 to 10 minutes, just that sheer volume of candidates that you receive now, and then how do you continue to ensure your process is not only efficiently moving those people through the process, but you're finding those skill sets that you need in that volume that match the jobs that you're looking for. Another item that we've seen that's been a challenge is those hard to fill roles. So those roles where you're looking for a very specialized skill set, and it's only a handful of people that would have this combination of skills. And every time you would do that in the past, you're starting from scratch, right? You find that unicorn, and then 6 months later, a same or similar role comes up open, and you begin to look all over again for that unicorn. With the tools that we've been able to use AI for, we can mine our data and have those candidates that may have made it further along in those processes earlier when we were looking for those hard to fill roles show up as leads for us when we start that journey again, where we can target those people and other folks like them where we may have had interactions or spoken to them in the past. They just, for whatever reason, may not have landed that job. But that gives us a starting point to make those hard to fill roles a more efficient recruiting process instead of starting from scratch as we did previously to having these tools. And it also, in serving those silver medalists up, it does a compare to our job descriptions and skills required, where we can really see where that person is a good fit. And this has allowed our recruiters to really be more efficient as we feel like in similar roles to really have a good slate when they start out and be able to provide great candidates to our managers in a very efficient and fast way. Another use case we do use at Regions is using the Gen AI features to help with candidate responses, right? As candidates may have inquiries about the job, about regions and other things, the Gen AI actually helps our recruiters with reading over the question and drafting out a response. Our recruiters can then go in and add our voice and tone from a region's perspective, but it gives them that head start where they're able to use those tools to speak to those candidates in a quick and efficient manner. And in recruiting, that quick turnaround of communication and keeping those channels open is very important to make sure that you're landing the right talent that you're looking for. And we love the features and things that we have implemented at Regions and look forward to finding more opportunities to embed these things in our process so that we can make sure, one, we're getting the best talent for Regions Bank, but also making sure our processes are efficient for our recruiters and also a great experience for our candidates.
Hello, I'm John Deal from the marketing team here at Phenom, and I have my AI agent here to help me demo. Very lifelike these days. So, as we heard from Tony, the first step in finding bottlenecks in your process is data analysis. The challenge is sifting through large volumes of data quickly. The solution, not surprising because this is AI day, is AI. Specifically X+ agents for talent leaders. This dashboard will allow talent leaders to find clogs in their process by using natural language searches. So they can quickly type in a question and get a summary of all the areas that they're having trouble. They can even ask the agent to give them information about delays and make suggestions down to the job level, actually, about ways to improve. So they can use all this information to then take action. They can send out tasks to their teammates, even asking the AI to summarize and generate an email out to the team, and send them reports on a regular basis, all without leaving this experience. So it's a great way for talent leaders to really get to the bottom of the problems that they're having. So Tony also talked about how to deal with a large volume of applicants for their customer-facing roles, right? And that is where Phenom high volume hiring comes in. But now we're putting the power into your hands with our automation engine, which is a self-service tool where you can build your own automations. So Jesus here is going to show us how to build a job application automation using the chatbot as a channel. And then we'll say, okay, let's trigger based off of, for my English site, maybe the category, Jesus, right? And then let's say it's the customer services category, right? So now we can save that and then add on the left here our next step. We can do anything here. We could schedule an interview, do a video assessment, or let's say add some screening questions. So now I can come in here, add my screening questions, and then I can put in conditions to the automation engine to say, hey, if they answer this way, let's automatically schedule them an interview right now in the chatbot. If they answer this way, maybe they're not suited for this job. Let's thank them and then kick them off an email saying, hey, here's some other jobs that you might be interested in. So all of that is possible right within this automation engine, self-service in your hands. But the automation engine is just the tip of the iceberg. With Phenom's process mining, you have the ability to extend automation past high volume roles into all the roles in your organization. So now you can really go what Tony kind of mentioned about finding those highly specialized skills for those critical jobs, using all of these templates that already exist to automate across your hiring process for different roles. And you can extend past hiring into onboarding. So you can create different onboarding workflows based off the job type, based off of the compliance requirements for a given region. So a lot of flexibility in here to customize hiring automation and onboarding automation and beyond. And then this dashboard lets you monitor those automations, right? So you can look at those workflows and see what's working and get insights into what's not working, right? And so the agent is now going to say, hey, here's an area that's being delayed. Maybe we want to build an integration and then cut down on that delay. Managers can also ask the agent anything they want. Hey, tell me why these drop-off rates are happening. How can I improve that? And they can apply those improvements right there in the workflow without having to go to a separate system or enter a ticket, no code, all of it right here, self-service, backed by AI recommendations that help you cut time out of all your HR tasks. And that's the important thing. This is not just workflow automation, this is HR workflow automation, purpose-built for talent processes. Now let's hear from Varun Raj about the intelligence that makes all of this possible.
Hi, I'm Varun Raj. I lead talent ontology at Phenom. HR teams have various initiatives ongoing in the organization, some driving hiring for high growth lines of the business, while others drive employee engagement and growth in other parts of the organization. Oftentimes, leaders are unaware of their team's initiatives, and team leaders are unaware of the various business processes that different teams follow to accomplish the same goal. With this blind spot, it can be challenging to identify clogs in your process before you can address them. To solve this problem, we have built an infrastructure called TA Ontology. This is a real-time representation of the structure of your TA organization and what each team is working on, the various business processes that are at play across your organization. With TA Ontology, organizational leaders can now understand the real bottlenecks in your hiring process and quickly address the gaps. In this example, a recruiter manager is using natural language to ask explicit about the status of the jobs in his or her team, and the platform returns key jobs that are clogged. Furthermore, the platform also suggests corrective actions because of the connected datasets in the ontology to solve the problem. At Phenom, we have built enterprise-specific TA ontologies by connecting all the data sources, representing them as relationships. Our TA ontology has three main components. 1, core talent acquisition data. 2, TA org structure and hierarchy. 3rd, business process workflows. Core talent acquisition data, the critical component of TA ontology is data. The core TA data includes jobs, job attributes, job performance, candidates, employee data, and recruiter activity data. Datasets from various systems are integrated via Kafka streams, data pool schedulers, and scraping schedulers. The collected data formats include SQL tables, NoSQL dumps, Redis cluster dumps, historical data, and JSON dumps from S3, and so on. All these datasets are consolidated through entity mapping and standardization. Then we load them into our graph network. The functionality represents these datasets as nodes with relationships. All the nodes have relationships with other nodes. Graph algorithms allow us to easily find complex patterns like which region has the greatest time to hire, which is the recruiter activity on these jobs when compared to similar jobs in other regions. We apply algorithms like shortest path for optimizations, subgraph algorithms for clustering core TA data, users, and tasks. Second component is TA org and hierarchy. We get a baseline data feeds from our customers to understand the HR organizational better, but they do not contain information about what lines of business they are aligned to and what hiring initiatives they are working on. We are predicting department level hierarchy on your graph, along with strategic alignment based on enriched employee profiles, job activity in your CRM, job postings, its assigned recruiters, sourcer activity of the job, talent marketing campaigns, interviews, along with the hiring status activities. Subgraph models are used to create these predictions and build within the graph. The model updates weights of the edges and identifies critical nodes and infers subclusters of users that possibly work together. Our title leveling service will rearrange all the users in hierarchy using their role information. This exercise will help us answer questions like, what critical roles in my TA team is Germany currently hiring for? How big is that team? How many recruiters, sourcers, and managers? Coming to the second component, business process workflows. Understanding the existing business process is critical. Based on the hiring status changes, we are able to automatically map various paths candidates can take in hiring process. This is critical for identifying bottlenecks and recommending corrective actions like automations to address the clock. All these paths are also stored in our graphs, and these graphs help us predict the paths that candidate will likely take in the business process. LLM on the top, with all the above components in place, we have been able to deploy our custom trained graph LLM, which is trained on our graph schema. Agentic workflows have been defined that allows the system to user questions accurately and in real time, identify bottlenecks in the business process, offer recommendations to improve operational efficiency, all using natural language query. Coming to the impact, a hospital client of Phenom previously had a business process involving 27 steps to hire frontline workers. 5 teams and 15 recruiters were working full-time to fill these positions globally. With TA ontology and insights, we have been able to streamline this process to 5 steps by automating redundant steps, optimize paths, and recommend assignees for workflow escalations. And this is just scratching the surface. The applications of this technology are huge, involving dynamic workflow configurations based on talent supply and demand, effective benchmarking, and real-time reporting. Analytics to drive leader efficiency and effectiveness. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Shekhar and I'm an engineering manager for machine learning at Phenom. If you take a look at the hiring processes in an organization, it involves multiple personas and a complex maze of steps, right from sourcing to nurturing leads to converting them to applicants, screening them, interviewing them, and finally onboarding them. If we analyze these processes, there are some repetitive tasks like reviewing resumes, and there are high volume tasks like sending out communications. There is also the possibility of unintended human bias getting introduced when reviewing profiles. And managing large pools of candidates itself is no easy task, especially if you have to nurture them passively over a long period of time. And finally, recruiters often lack insights on all the changes that are happening to the talent pools assigned to their jobs. So we need to address these in order to improve recruiter productivity and the overall efficiency of the hiring process. Now, traditionally, the hiring processes are handled like a simple sequential workflow with one step occurring after the other. And simple rule-based automations based on RPA techniques were used. But in the real world, it is rarely so straightforward, but rather it's very dynamic. For example, you have some limited but highly sought after roles in some departments where you might shortlist some good leads, but once your position is filled up, you need to switch them to a talent pool to passively nurture them and probably resurface them for future hiring needs. And even for the shortlisted candidates, setting up interviews, collecting feedback from the interviews can become a nightmare. And where this can become overwhelming for a recruiter, agentic workflow automations shine. An agentic workflow is a system that uses AI to take initiatives, make dynamic decisions, and exert limited control at various stages in the process. These advanced workflows make use of LLM-based agents to achieve dynamic decision-making which is especially useful when handling complex tasks. Depending on the level of autonomy provided to the AI to make decisions, you can have multiple levels of automations ranging from static workflows to semi-autonomous workflows where human input is still needed at certain steps. And finally, you can also have fully autonomous workflows where the AI is running constantly on your behalf. In terms of HR hiring processes, depending on the use case and job role, we can have different levels of automations to solve these problems. Some of these agentic workflows can be invoked explicitly, like in the case of our Express source, where depending on the recruiter's inputs, a workflow can be created and executed, while some other use cases can be configured to continuously run in the background. Similarly, some of these use cases need dynamic planning capabilities, while in other cases, a plan is formed just once but executed several times. For example, let us take a look at an engagement agent for highly sought after jobs. This agent constantly reviews the candidates who have applied for the job, and if they match the criterion set for a fast track process, they're taken straight to the screening, assessment, and scheduling process. Now, the remaining candidates are automatically added to a campaign and get engaged regularly. And once an appropriate position opens up again, the agent automatically reinvites them to apply for the role. Similarly, to speed up the interview process, we can set up another quick automation to take the interview transcript once all the interviews are completed, summarize it to show the highlights, and schedule a debrief meeting with everyone including this summary. Another autonomous workflow would be to take all the actions happening on an open position assigned to a recruiter, including from channels like SMS, email, WhatsApp, and any changes that are happening on the hiring statuses for a candidate or additional notes that are coming in from the hiring teams. And it can consume all of this content and present a summarized view for the recruiter regularly in the form of an email or push notification. Now, the infrastructure powering each of these use cases is common. We have a workflow execution engine which follows techniques inspired from a prompting paradigm called plan and solve with refinement. But in our case, we have slightly adapted this process where we consume the high-level plan directly from our automation engine. And this consumed plan is dynamically broken down into individual tasks to execute them. The agent uses the intelligent LLM-based agentic nodes to handle any deviations in the plan to dynamically refine the plan and achieve its final goal. So using this infrastructure, any organization can equip themselves to handle the complexities that arise in the hiring processes using different degrees of automations. Thank you.
In our last section, we'll focus on how Phenom's approach to AI governance, compliance, and model validation ensures the ethical and effective use of AI technologies within HR. We'll delve into how robust AI governance frameworks and validation processes can enhance trust and reliability in AI systems. I'm excited to introduce Sadie Bell from HPE. HPE is renowned for its commitment to ethical AI practices and rigorous governance standards. Sadie will provide valuable insights into how HPE navigates these challenges and maintains excellence in AI deployment. Over to you, Sadie.
Hi, I'm Sadie Bell. I'm the Vice President of Innovation and Deployment of People Systems, Digital Experience, and Intelligence at HPE. And I'm happy to be with you here today for AI Day. At HPE, we're not new to AI, nor are we new to AI responsibility. In fact, we're leaders in the industry, really focusing on how artificial intelligence can innovate and help transform positively the way we live and work. We're advocates of high ethical standards, and you see that in every product, technology, and innovation that we deliver. AI is for good, AI is for everyone, but not everything. And just like AI is transforming and revolutionizing the world and many aspects of the way people live and work, it's having the same impact in HR. And I couldn't be more excited about all of the future and present applications of artificial intelligence that will be infused in HR processes and in the way that we build organizations, teams, and people to be high performing and delivering solutions across industry, businesses, and functions around the world. Specifically in HR, I'm excited about all of the new ways we'll be able to do talent acquisition, how we'll be able to increase employee engagement. Think about our ability to provide psychological safe rooms and spaces where people can interact and talk about the things that they want to, understood by technology that can both think, remember, forget, and process information and return information to individuals that's relevant, accurate, and safe for them to consume. I'm excited about the learning and development opportunities that we have to meet the learner where they are and take them from exactly that place and scaffold them light years ahead of where they would be had they not had the infusion of artificial intelligence to help them along the journey. Performance management has seen a new age in the age of intelligence by being able to go to all of the places where we have information at the edge and bring that information together to provide a starting point for people leaders to be able to evaluate and effectively manage or enable performance for high-performing teams. Across the hire to retire lifecycle, HR is going to be and is one of the greatest beneficiaries of artificial intelligence. Our focus in human resources is on the human and it's on the people. And this is why we believe that artificial intelligence is for everyone, but not everything. It cannot replace integrity. It will not replace activities and notions of care and love and respect. And it will not be an excuse to behave unethically and to challenge or compromise human rights. At HPE, we believe strongly in human rights and ethics, and this is why we have an AI Ethics and Responsibility Council that starts at the top of the house and permeates throughout the entire organization. It's infused in our processes and services in the way we deliver technologies to our customers, and it's also infused in how we consume technologies from other entities, our partners, our friends, and our distributors of our technology as well. Ethical guidance and ethical responsibility, reducing bias and mitigating, training employees is key to being able to transform our workforce ready for the future. In HR, it's a high-risk game to infuse artificial intelligence into our technologies and our services for engagement, for productivity, and for the future of work. But we can mitigate those risks by ensuring that we stand up to the highest ethical principles that are there. When we think about infusing artificial intelligence into our products and services, whether those products come from our partners or they're developed internally by our teams, we look to make sure that we uphold high ethical standards, ensuring there's always a human in the loop, that we produce trustworthy AI that's vetted and validated by a human to make sure that it's producing an understanding that we can trust and use. We check to make sure that the AI is actually reducing the bias and not proliferating bias. We understand that artificial intelligence is and can be a friend, and we like to remove all the ways that it can be a foe. We do this with training. Education is key. There's a lot of fear around using artificial intelligence today. People believe that it will challenge their jobs. And I agree. It will do something in a C, it will challenge, but most importantly, it will change the way people live and work. And so we want to make sure it does it in a way that is not harmful to humans and does not challenge or change human rights. Data privacy, algorithmic bias, and transparency are key risks that we evaluate and look at all the time to ensure that we're not using technology, innovation, and AI that produces bias that's not transparent and repeatable. We have a collaborative framework, regular audits, and stakeholder engagement where we look to make sure that the artificial intelligence that we're using in our processes and services or in our functional devices are at par and above minimum standards, and we're leading in those standards. Staying ahead of emerging technologies is critical. With continuous learning, innovation labs, industry collaborations with our partners, service providers, and our customers is one way that we do that. We stay at the cutting edge of innovation, and we're excited about the integration of artificial intelligence in HR, which is going to offer tremendous potential. It's going to enhance efficiency, engagement, and development of people, which is at the heart of what we do in HR. However, it's crucial to ensure that we are ethical and responsible and addressing key risk, auditing, checking, and verifying that the ways that we are infusing AI into HR processes, whether it's helping to deliver a more qualified and diverse candidate pool, or boosting employee engagement, helping with learning and development or career pathing, or freeing a people leader's hands to address a personal situation and concern, rather than spending tremendous amounts of time pulling data together to write a performance review. I couldn't be more ecstatic and excited about what AI is doing for HR today. Really, I want to thank you for listening, and I want to turn it back over to the hands of those who will be taking this program forward. Happy AI Day.
Welcome back. Let's talk about ethical AI governance and compliance in practice at Phenom. Why is it that we do what we do, and how do we do it? As a company, we have ethical AI principles that we wish to see in our products and in our ways of working. Let me summarize a few of them for you. We've thought long and hard about what these should be. We want to help 1 billion people find the right job. We want to avoid creating or promoting bias through our software. We want to keep the human in control of the AI. We want to ensure that the AI technologies we build are adaptive to different circumstances, they're inclusive of diverse stakeholders, that they're explainable when explainability matters to the user. And we want to build privacy and security as building blocks from the ground up. We also want to consider interdisciplinary perspectives. Turns out that if you look at the science of statistics, of machine learning, of IO psychology, they have different conceptual understanding of what bias even is. It's important to understand these differences. It's important to put them together as we devise a consistent governance framework to drive our technology development. The governance framework we have built, it's a practical tool. It synthesizes these interdisciplinary perspectives, it synthesizes these principles, and it allows, and it's tangible. It's a real document. It's available to our customers if they wish to see it. It's a shared vision of how we put principles into practice. And the governance framework, it really guides us to do two things. It guides us to perform risk assessments for the various technologies we build, and it guides us to mitigate those risks as appropriate for different technologies. For example, these are some of the risk assessments we've considered. Think about fit score for a moment. The main risk of fit score is that it may introduce demographic bias, and that risk may change on how fit score is used in a particular employment context. The risk assessment suggests some ways that Phenom and customers can mitigate this risk. Consider the proactive approach we've taken to mitigating risk for large language models. We include aspects of mitigation like masking PII data, like detecting prompt injection so that our prompts are executing the way we want them to be executing. There's a secure gateway for interacting with external systems. All these are critical components of risk mitigation for LLMs that are active on the platform today. For FitScore, we have likewise a proactive risk mitigation approach. So for any new model that we develop, we can use our internal capacity for measuring adverse impact before it goes into production. This is really critical. That means that this is really a stronger approach to mitigation than traditional adverse impact measurement for typical assessments in the employment context. The typical approach is you have an assessment, you put it in production, and you hope you didn't create adverse impact, and you measure. But we can measure using historical data before the horse is out of the barn. So model upgrades and so forth can go through this tooling that we have built. Naturally, proactive mitigation and retrospective mitigation are all features that we can bring to the table. But how is it that these tools play out in practice? For HR teams that are interested in our AI products, what we bring to the table is starting with a whole bunch of documentation. There's the governance policy you saw. We have a detailed document on ethical AI development at Phenom. We have a community feature where all of this documentation is available to our customers. We have worked closely with customers in highly regulated industries that need to perform model risk management. And we've done very extensive documentation of model risk management together with those customers on how they're deploying our models. And we have been following very closely developments on new AI legislation around from various jurisdictions. We have provided guidance to our customers on New York City's Local Law 144, on legislation in Colorado, most recently the EU AI Act. You'll hear from Cliff more about that in a moment. And California is on our radar at this moment. And so taken all together, this documentation has been instrumental for enabling customers to use and adopt Phenom AI. Second big category of ways that we help our customers adopt product in a safe and a compliant way is product functionality. So there is audit support for OCCP reporting for customers that are federal contractors in the United States. There's the ability to enable or disable AI by, say, a certain geography so that you're not running the risk of not complying with some particular piece of legislation. There's a certain opt-out functionality that you might want to enable for compliance with a particular regulation. And the final way that we think about helping HR teams put our AI into practice is by applying best practices, especially from IO psychology. So we have an annual adverse impact report that you can use to comply with New York City's Local Law 144 and the relevant federal guidelines also, federal guidelines, because it's at the end of the day, it's measuring adverse impact. We're also pushing on innovation around validity. You'll hear more about that from my colleague Vignesh in a moment. Validity is a critical component of ensuring AI safety. But before we get to validity, let's go into some depth on the EU AI Act and how that is playing out in the marketplace. Cliff?
Great. Yeah, let's talk about the EU Act. One of the very first comprehensive regulatory frameworks addressing AI is the EU AI Act. We're already seeing core principles across many proposed and enacted regulations, including fairness, transparency, and accountability. This Act's focus is to protect individuals from the potential harm caused by AI systems. So we look at the timeline for the EU AI Act. It went into force about a month ago, August of 2024, and then it will go into full force, the applicable force, in August of 2026. Now, there's some things that are going to happen in between that time period, which just generally means, and you're seeing it here on the screen, that there's going to be some updates and a little bit of evolution of this. This is something that we expect at Phenom, and we're paying close attention to those regulatory changes that will come about. And you see that word high risk a lot. And so, the EU AI framework is a risk-based framework. It categorizes things from low to unacceptable. We don't know exactly where the HR systems are going to fall into that, and that's going to play out over the next couple of years. But we're not waiting for that to happen. And what we know from our vision is that technology plays a key role in pursuing our purpose to help 1 billion people find the right work. But our focus has always been on advancing humanity through meaningful work. We've taken a clear and strong stance on ethical AI, putting the human interest in front of everything that we do. Our technology is designed to improve efficiency while ensuring fairness, transparency, and the human element remains central to the talent process. As regulatory environments evolve, there are core elements that we spoke of that are shared across many of these enacted and proposed regulations. We've been leading the way in innovating AI features with the Phenom platform for over a decade, ensuring that transparency, the explainability, the auditability. These innovations meet regulatory expectations and set a new standard for responsible AI use in recruitment. We commit to meeting or exceeding all of the standards of EU AI Act as they evolve. We've been here before. So if you think about GDPR as a really good example, May of 2018 is when GDPR went into effect, and we were ready well in advance of that. But that framework gives us an understanding of how lawmakers, especially in the EU and potentially around the world, are looking at governing these technologies. And so we're ready for that as a basis, and we know AI technology inside and out. We've anticipated the core elements that matter most in AI regulation, and we innovate to stay ahead. We don't wait. Partnering with our clients is a key to ensuring they're well prepared for future regulatory requirements. So what we do and what we ask is to engage our teams, engage your teams with the use of AI tools that offer that level of transparency, accountability, and fairness, all required by today's standards and tomorrow's regulations. The Phenom platform is built to empower you with the innovation, insight, and auditability needed to stay ahead while always keeping human interests at the forefront of everything. Together, we can shape the future where AI is used responsibly and people find the meaningful work that they deserve. And now, speaking of validity, let me hand the baton over to my friend Vignesh, who's going to talk about comprehensive validity study for FitScore. Vignesh.
Thanks. Hi everyone, I'm Vignesh. I am an IO psychologist here at Phenom. Phenom is combining the world of IO psychology, psychometrics, and modern AI to bring you the next step in hiring compliance. Now, a key element of compliance is relevance. According to the EEOC guidelines, the best way to ensure that your hiring tool is both safe and fair is to make sure the tool only gauges qualities of applicants that are needed and required and relevant to a job. The innovation we're going to present on today is that we can now measure, quantify the job relevance of FitScore. Specifically, this kind of measurement is called criterion validation. Now, criterion validation may sound like a fancy technical term, but really it boils down to one very simple question. Does FitScore predict what we build it to predict? Now, criterion validation is known in IO psychology to be quite a challenging thing to establish, but it is considered the gold standard of validation. And here at Phenom, we're able to criterion validate FitScore, an advanced AI model. Because FitScore is more than just a traditional hiring assessment or hiring tool, it comes with unique challenges for its validation. The first is its massive scale. The second is its issue of identifying the right criterion. In IO psychology, we call this the criterion problem. And lastly, it's the issue of causality. Now, traditional approaches to validity are a bit limited. They often look at smaller samples and use generalization techniques like meta-analyses to make inferences at the population level. But Phenom is an AI company. We are experts at scalability. We don't need to worry about samples. We can measure and validate FitScore directly at the population level, giving you far more accurate results. Not only that, we have built our validity into a larger data analytics architecture as just one key component. The same engine that has brought to you adverse impact is now bringing you validity. Now, the issue of finding the right criterion, as I mentioned before, is a common one in IO psychology. It's quite a challenge. And this challenge is magnified when you consider that FitScore is a large-scale AI tool that has many different use cases. FitScore can help recruiters hire candidates. It can help recruiters move candidates into different stages of your hiring process, for example, towards the hiring manager, or towards interviews, or it can filter candidates to different screening procedures. So which of these criterion did we choose? How do we identify what works best? Well, our solution is not limited. We chose all of them, all at once. Phenom engineers have decoded recruiter actions, such as hiring progression, into a standardized metric called the Phenom Hiring Progress Indicator, which gives you a unified value of a candidate progressing in the hiring progress. This indicator is filtered into our data analytics architecture, where it serves as a criterion for validity. You can play the video now. Thanks. Now, our challenges don't just stop there. Another key issue we identified is the issue of criterion contamination. Now, if you're looking at this video, you can kind of see that a recruiter is making a decision to progress a candidate. But how do we know that this recruiter is moving a candidate because the candidate is the best candidate for the job or the best candidate to move forward, or because they simply saw that they had a higher fit grade? There's no way to know when you use a live indicator of progression if it's going to contaminate FitScore. This is the issue of causality that I spoke of earlier. You can move to the next slide, please. Thanks. Oops, there we go. So the way we address this issue is through a logistic modeling approach, really a variation on this approach. This approach lets us give you a probability of being hired or moving in the hiring process as a function of FitScore. And importantly, it pulls out any issues of contamination that I spoke of earlier. One more key aspect of this modeling approach is that it's quite powerful and very flexible. We can add in additional control and input variables, really allowing us to dig deep on FitScore validity. Through all of these different solutions and innovations, we're able to bring you one of the largest scale validation efforts in the United States. So what did we find? We found that FitScore, in 95% of the cases that we tested, exceeds minimum thresholds of validity. This is great news, but our ambitions don't stop there. In several cases, we found that FitScore exceeds even ideal validity thresholds. Of course, there are definitely areas for improvement, but through our validation engine, we're able to tell you exactly where those holes may be and fix them quickly. Digging a little deeper, we're able to show that FitScore validity is stable over time and between various types of jobs. And finally, our validity architecture gives us the opportunity to investigate key research questions. For example, earlier today, probably several times, you've heard the term human in the loop. But we can be a little bit scientific about what human in the loop means. What is the true impact? Can we quantify the value of human in the loop in traditional or in modern AI? Here's what we found. We found that FitScore on its own performs extraordinarily well. But when FitScore is combined with Phenom's human-in-the-loop options, such as setting matching criteria, it always exceeds its performance than it does on its own. Questions like this is what we can answer with our validity architecture. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Vignesh. it's one of those things where we don't sit around and wait for the market to tell us how to move forward with something new. And this validity on fit score is really important, because the question is, how can I trust and have confidence in what the AI is showing me? And that's really important. So thank you for sharing that. At the beginning of today, I asked each of you that are listening and watching to reflect on a single question, which was, who's responsible for the adoption of AI? And I hope to answer that here. One evening at my home, my 5-year-old son, Sagan, asked me, "Dad, who is AI?" The who part of Sagan's question may have come from him overhearing me talk so much about AI in a way that personified the technology. And Sagan might be onto something. Still, his curiosity threw me sideways. Even with my decades of experience, I found it very difficult to explain AI to him. AI isn't just another invention like the airplanes he loves to play with, or the smartphone, or even the internet. It's something far more complex and wondrous, something we're still trying to fully understand and define. But what exactly did we create? How do you describe a new technology with such evolutionary capabilities so simply that a 5-year-old could understand it? This invention, this innovation, is unlike anything in our history, and we don't yet fully understand or comprehend it ourselves, while at the same time, we're confident in how powerful it could be for humankind. I would imagine that it's kind of like Isaac Newton trying to explain gravity to a passerby just after the apple fell on his head. It symbolizes a simple yet profound observation that led to a groundbreaking understanding of natural forces. And we are now at the cusp of understanding AI's immense potential through its seemingly simple yet transformative applications. It may even be a new force of nature. Why? Well, this transformative capability ensures that the power of collective human knowledge is not just accessible, but also comprehensible and actionable for every human, thereby amplifying our own potential. In fact, today, the average person already interacts with AI 60 to 150 times per day or more. These interactions include everything from unlocking our phones with facial recognition, filtering spam emails, transcribing voice messages, searching for information, to even predictive text and autocorrect features we use when we're typing. These advancements have made AI an indispensable part of our daily routines, revolutionizing the way that we interact with technology and, of course, each other. AI may matter most in our people organizations. It's where the everyday worker, not just a researcher or a doctor, will meet and use AI to do the bulk of the tasks that they do today. For recruiters, AI-powered agents can streamline and unify the hiring process by sourcing, scanning resumes, assessing candidates' qualifications, creating personalized communications, and even conducting initial interviews. This allows HR professionals to focus on more strategic tasks, such as building relationships, advising the business on strategy, and identifying key talent areas for growth. For employees, AI can personalize career development paths, identify skill gaps, and provide tailored training resources in seconds. It means a more efficient, data-driven approach to talent strategy and management, ensuring that the right people are in the right roles and employees have clear paths for growth and development. Phenom has over 1,600 talented people around the world focused on bringing AI to market, with our Phenom X Plus GenAI platform and groundbreaking AI agent technologies. By doing so, we are creating an unprecedented transformation in the HR tech domain, providing comprehensive solutions that leverage AI to create an intelligent talent experience, unifying technology with human ingenuity in meaningful ways and with a single purpose: to help 1 billion people find the right work and keep it. However, we must embrace the manageable challenges to avoid the far greater peril of ignoring this transformation. It is crucial to activate and engage with these AI tools enthusiastically today, not tomorrow. Do not wait for outside forces to decide for you. Each of you should actively demand access to AI tools and opportunities to build new skills based on these technologies. You do not need permission from anyone to evolve. You can and should have the right to redefine your role and your value in the workplace. Speak to your leaders and colleagues about the importance of these tools. explain how AI can enhance productivity, innovation, and competitiveness. Ask them to invest in AI training programs and ensure that these technologies are available to everyone. By doing so, you not only secure your own future, but you also contribute to the overall growth and success of your organization. As we forge ahead in developing AI for a betterment of humanity, it's vital that AI amplify our human qualities rather than diminish them. Okay, so let's end where we started. Who is AI? As one AI expert said, AI is a mirror of humanity. It is us. Thank you for joining us today.